What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
There's a devil and an angel in my head. The school system costs children, kids, as baby sheep.
Once again, it don't start from the beginning. Alright, here we go. Oop.
There's a devil and an angel in my head. The school system costs children, kids, as baby sheep. You better wake the fuck up or forever sleep. You don't need bars to be in prison, just think. They take cash out of your hand for a digital chip. So if you don't do as you're told, your money will go poof, like it didn't exist. We are almost the walking dead without the body bag zipped. This is community revolution in progress, but I'm no crip. As much energy is used to tear down and divide, you can use that energy to uplift and show there's no limit when you reach for the sky. Spells, spells, spells that I am casting. Words I speak are a gift of wisdom unwrapping. A work of art, I am a master craftsman. Painting pictures with the stroke of a pen. Spilling ink on paper.
There's a devil and an angel in my head. When I was fighting the war, the devil was huge and the angel was tiny. When I started to repent, the angel grew and the devil became very small. Small, but he's a stubborn bastard.
With thoughts from within, some say it's the end, something new will begin. Look into the gates of the soul. I am him, I am God. Decisions, decisions, I create and destroy. Broke out this mental prison. Solve a problem and have 10 more like pharma's prescriptions. Life is too short, there's a headstone with your name inscripted. I turn my back to religion, took a seat on the throne. I am the light that torch enemies to skull and bones. I communicate with the other side, open portals, no cell phones. You are the power, why second guess, never think twice. I went from was to was, now I'm Charles Wise. So high, high as a zeppelin, dazed and confused. I'm God incarnated, no El Hakim or Druze.
There's a devil and an angel in my head. When I was fighting the war, the devil was huge and the angel was tiny. When I started to repent, the angel grew and the devil became very small. Small, but he's a stubborn bastard. He gives me bad advice, but my little angel says to me, no, don't listen to that bastard. Anything can happen, like someone upsetting me, for example, and I think about crushing the son of a bitch. The devil says to me, do it. But my little angel says, remember, you're out on bail, there are cameras. Freedom is wonderful, so be careful. I struggle because there's good and evil in everyone. God gave us free will to choose good or evil.
Bing, bing. Peace, letters, nation, native, Michigan, Ojibwe. Yeah, I'm gonna look into that, native, for sure. Cassius Marcellus Clay. With this Cabbage Patch thing, man, you know, I was trying to look into it more this morning. I downloaded a PDF because I figured, you know, PDFs will probably tell more, you know, and I'm not a full believer or whatever you want to call it into that. I see how some people use it as a tool, as an ideology. I played this woman's video the other day when she was talking about the sun for the people that were there. I don't know the woman's name. She was the black woman, and I don't, you know, whatever. She has a name. She's not a black woman, but for those that were here, remember. And she had another video I watched. And she was talking about Pangea and before the continent shifted, and I don't believe none of that either. More or less, it flooded. I think we live on higher ground. I don't think these continents shifted at all. I just think it flooded, and that's what separated the lands. I don't think continents were shifting. You know what type of earthquake that would take for land? It's all connected. People think the continents are separated. They're all connected. It's all one piece of land with water over it. Anyway, she was like, so-called black people were here first, and you know, she was basically telling people that aren't so-called black to stop worrying about where we came from. We know we were here well before anyone else, you know. And I don't buy into that. And if it's true, you know, I still have an open mind and it's a possibility. But through my evidence and research, I just don't. We got to be careful on. People always have to remember a lot of this information we get is coming from the same people that hate us and divide us up. And it sounds like an ideological, you know, well, my grandparents can't remember, you know, their parents. Yeah, because they were probably etched out of etched out of existence. Yeah, the Cabbage Patch Kids. Remember them, man? When I was younger, I remember the dolls. And I've been looking into these old pictures and stuff. You could tell they're photoshopped. Like, they, you know, and I see the symbolism behind it, like a Cabbage Patch farm where you come and pick your cabbages. They're using the children as the same analogy, man. Like, come pick your child. You can pick from. Now, I think it was just a reset, man. And people's, you know, people want to always spice it up and say, well, these people were grown. I was saying it's a possibility people were made in labs, but people don't talk about, from what through my research, I haven't seen people say, well, what if the parents were annihilated and that's why these trains were filled with children? There was some sort of alleged genocide, and they took the children to restart. I don't know, but we're gonna look into it because I personally, you know, I wonder how much or what these people that are, you know, I know for a fact the government pays people to spit this garbage to because we are gullible as people. So am I. I'm not saying I'm not. I've been gullible in situations and fell for stuff, and that's how you learn. So next time, be more aware, be open-minded, and they pay people. It's always, you know, they want to infiltrate so-called white people. They're going to use a white person as the mascot to do it, man, as well as everyone else. They're going to use and infiltrate, and there's always these leaders or people in these positions. They pay them to spit this stuff because people will fall for it. You know, if anyone has anything they know about these Cabbage Patch or the Children of the Corn, that's another one I'm gonna go over later. The Children of the Corn. Excuse me. So the name of this PDF. Hold on, let me get to the first chapter. Now, Miss Wiggs of the Cabbage Patch. Now I don't know if this is a story, man. If that's the case, I don't want it. Maybe I will read it on my own, just to see what has to be said in here, because there might be some good stuff to pull out of it. It's supposed to probably be a story about this Miss Wiggs. It says Miss Wiggs lived in a cabbage patch. It was not a real cabbage patch, but a queer neighborhood. What? Let's rewind that. The Wiggses, that was her name. Wiggses lived in the cabbage patch. It was not a real cabbage patch, but a queer neighborhood. Huh. Where ramshackled cottages played hopscotch over the railroad tracks. There were no streets, so when a new house was built, the owner faced it. No, whatever. There's a guy named Mr. Bagsby. Mr. Bagsby Grocery. What do you know? Peace, Marcel. Yeah, thanks, Marcel. I got the email yesterday. I don't know if you heard me, but I received the email. So it looks like this is a story, man. I really am not going to read this whole story. But on my own time, I will. Because I could say, I remember asking my grandfather. I said, Gramps, who was my great-great-grandparents? I used to ask my grandfather, who was your grandparents? And my grand couldn't, no, he didn't know, which is odd. But he had 2 strokes in his life, so who knows? But yeah, let me look for something else, cause I wish I could share my page. That's another thing. When I can't share my page, man, I'm so used to being able to do that. It just makes me not even want to do stuff. But sometimes you gotta ride past that and keep going. Hey. Slave pirates. What do you know, Marcel, about If anyone wants to come up and talk about it, or they have information, you're welcome to hit the link. People know that already anyway. I gotta pin the link. I should have been more prepared, but I was looking through stuff this morning when I'm up, and I just, it is what it is. If people want to cry about it, I get it. But it's really not nothing that bad to cry about. Damn, what was the name of those trains? Orphan, there we go. See, they show a lot of books, man. I don't want books. Choo-choo trains. Let's see what this got to say. The triumph and tragedy of the orphan trains. Mesa Melt, peace. Because I read something about, let's see what this says. The train rattles and shifts beneath you, and you watch the scenery blur past through the dirty and smugged window panes. The knot in your stomach twists uncomfortably, reminding you that you are blind to the events of the future, good or bad. The only knowledge you possess is that of your past is left behind in the city you now speed away from. Everything you've ever known is gone and fading as quickly as the smoke emitted from the chimney of the train. Man, that's some good introduction there. You are one of the many children of the orphan train. The orphan train, running between 1854 and 1929, is both a triumph and a tragedy. This movement relocated abandoned and unwanted children in an attempt to give them a brighter and happier future, right? It moved around 300,000 lost children out of the major cities and towards the Midwest. Created by Charles Loring Brace, the founder of the Children's Aid Society. The orphan train was meant to help children who could not help themselves. Brace once said, "When a child of the streets stands before you in rags with a tear-stained face, you do not easily forget him. And yet you are perplexed what to do. The human soul is different. The human soul is difficult to interfere with. You hesitate how far you should go." He encouraged people to help with their fellow community. So one thing, it said lost or abandoned right there. Now, you mean to tell me, right? Parents abandoned 300,000 children? That's like 250,000, a little more. No, I'm not buying that. That means you got 300,000. That's 150,000 deadbeat parents, because there's, the mother and father. So, yeah, 150,000 deadbeat parents. Or no, 600,000. Yeah, right. 600,000. Two parents to each child. To make that child, there's two. So let me read a little more. This Charles sounds like me, man. He encouraged people to help their fellow community members. Yo, did they take a page out? He wanted to change the world, it says. But the way he went about doing it had too many flaws and loopholes to count. Although some children were given a prosperous life, like they wanted Pisoama, they were given a prosperous life like they were promised. Countless other children were not as fortunate and suffered many too wrongdoings such as abuse, rape, and in some cases, execution. Along with assisting innumerable orphans, the orphan train reinforced the vast rapid migration of thousands of individuals in 75-year span. In spite of the fact they gave children a new chance and meaning of life, they also gave children to people who later become the objects of nightmares. Well, yeah, you just said that, whoever wrote this. It is arguable. All right, let's skip all that. I'm gonna breeze over this. Boom, boom, boom. Hold on, what does it say about American history? Regardless of the facts and opinions that disagree with the belief that the orphan train was only a tragedy, there were still many wrongdoings committed during the span in American history. So I have tons of questions, man. You know, like, you mean to tell me these children were abandoned by deadbeat parents? Or I think otherwise. I think pow pow, and then they were taken by some mad scientists who wanted to start a whole new. So 1850 to 1920, what was going on in America? Who was here? Because it wasn't empty for them to bring 250,000 children over here. And on a train, didn't you have to take a boat? Trains don't go over water unless there's a bridge. Unless they came from Russia up through Alaska and down, which I think is a real strong possibility, or it's possible. But anyway, yeah, I agree with that, Marcel. Peace, Michigander, Voy. So people probably like they have to dig way deeper into this, because where were all these children going? Were people buying them? You see pictures of children working in factories. Man, I went through like 10 websites, and you know, they all say the same stuff. But me as a researcher, I'm trying to, you know, I ask myself questions, I put it on a piece of paper, and I just want to look at things from every angle. Because they show you these pictures of these happy children, and like, come on, that can't be too happy. I've told stories of when I was in, I forgot what you called the place. I was there for 2 years as a youth. It's like a jail, but there's no bars. It's in, you know, it was a house, but there is a building. I think I've even showed the place on Google Earth on here, and I've seen what these places do firsthand, my own experience, my own eyes. So imagine back then, you know, what these children went through. Says right here, children who were placed on the orphan train were told to completely forget their past, that it no longer mattered. and that it never happened. They were told to tell no one of it, with the promise of punishment if they did. The train ride itself was uncomfortable and unsanitary, and their workers unfair. Trains were often dirty and unclean, and many children who were already poor in health became sicker as the ride progressed, reaching their new families weak and close to expiring. When they reached the station, things continued to plummet downhill with an adoption process where children were taken by anyone who desired them and whisked away to the future that in some cases turned out to be only as bright as the grime on the train floor. That's ouch. Peace, maggot. Yeah, correction house. Yeah. But the one I was in was for youth. It was all I was 14. I was on parole. So my parole officer, I remember as clear as day. I was playing for the Elks Club, and I used to play baseball. I had an ankle bracelet because they put me in Hartford detention, and then. But anyway, screw all that. It was about that other unit that had children that their parents didn't want them, and that's the road I was going down. I was so bad at one point, my mother didn't want nothing to do with me. And I used to look, and I already knew this through counseling. The counselor told me, your mother don't even want to deal with you no more. And then seeing those children like that and how their parents didn't want them, I used to be like, damn, them children are crushed. and the workers there would like lock them in padded rooms and shit. Children, 10 years old, 11, because they would spaz out. And that's when I said before, I told the counselor guy, the worker there, why do that it's a child, man. How would you feel if your parents didn't want you? The guy looked at me like, these people look at it as a job and nothing else. They don't care or try to think what these children think. But anyway, I can't imagine in these times, like, man, just that part he described, man, they were whisked away to the future that in some cases turned out to be as bright as the grime on the train floor, man. That's critical. Many of the riders only recently finding themselves orphans. A historian of the Louisiana Orphan Train Society says, so where were these, people say, these children couldn't have been from Europe. I mean, let me rephrase that. They could be, but I don't know. I got to look more into what type of stuff was going on in the world around these dates, and try to, because I personally think these children weren't created in labs. Their parents were annihilated, and they took all the children. That's what I think. Because it's 300, like I said, the numbers earlier, they're talking about 300,000 children were just abandoned, it said, right? Or not wanted by their parents. What was this? The era of the deadbeat parents? Like, come on. In Australia, you could take off to remote mining towns and get a job. Didn't matter your age. Damn. We're going to call that the era of the deadbeats. Oh, it talks about Germany. Hold on. All right. The historian of the Louisiana Orphan Train Society says in those early years, with so many immigrants coming into the United States, there was often jobs, no housing. A lot of fathers and mothers died at sea. Mothers died at birth, and many parents simply were destitute. So you mean to tell me, how were parents dying at birth? Like, peace, Anna K. How were parents dying? You mean to tell me just all of a sudden all these mothers are dying giving birth? Like, how does that even happen? I'm not saying it don't, but where'd I leave off here? There was often jobs, no housing, blah blah blah. It said, and many parents simply were destitute, with no way of taking care of their children. Children coming from these types of similar situations were not uncommon. More than a third of the writers were from Ireland and Germany, immigrant descent. Besides those children, other writers came from large eastern cities in the United States, such as New York and Boston, the mean streets of Boston, from where they lived hidden in the streets, starving to death and pickpocketing. They starve to death, then they're not alive no more. I don't know why people use that term. And pickpocketing in an attempt to live another day. Charles Loring Brace realized, okay, yep. He prided himself on helping the helpless, but he didn't realize. This guy kind of looks like me, bro. That's scary. Nah, he don't. Charles Loring. Anna Kay said, I was always intrigued by the orphan trains when I first learnt of it from Martin Leitke. I've always wondered what happened to the parents. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Because some channels are coming out and saying that we were created in a lab to be slaves. And okay, that's a possibility. You know, some, you know, and they say from a more supreme race. And how are they more supreme? You know, people make it like they're these superheroes that fly through the sky. And so how are they more supreme? But they live longer, they were taller, that makes them more supreme. Because when people say we're more supreme, I'm thinking you're putting an etch above me. You know, like you're better than me. Now, to me, taking some genetics from self and creating another you, wouldn't make you more supreme. You're just creating another you. My grandfather's father was an orphan. He was. So it does make sense when they said Germany in here. You know, maybe my grandfather, my great grandparents, you know, my grandfather's parents were orphans. You know, or maybe one of them was. Hey Chuck, good dat everyone, good day. Here and back, peace here and back. Who knows? I don't know. My grandpa's been gone for a long time, so I can't ask him questions. Some of the photos are eerie to me only because the children are smiling and well presented in them. Their Michiganders said they were way stronger back then, where everyone was. Yeah, I spoke about that, boy. That whole word, Germany. You know, Why would you call a country Germany like we're germs or something? And that's not even the real name of the country. I guess some new ruler changed the name. That's a horrible name. At least for the English language. That's a screwed up name. I don't want to get into MED stuff, but I've been watching closely, man. Like, I don't know, did I put a video? I think it was on my other channel. I put a video, a short one up of in New York City what happened over the summer. And they were aerosoling. They were driving with aerosol things up and down the streets. And now they're trying to say millions will perish. They're trying to come back with round 2 of this shit, man. People better. Anyway, I don't want to talk about that, but alright, I'm just going to skim through this. I'm just trying to see, I want to gather information, and the only way is to go through all these websites and see if I could find some sort of connection to what was going on then. Because even in the beginning of this, they said, like I said a million times, I'm just not buying 300,000 people just abandon their children. Yeah, that's true. They could be doing that for mosquitoes and stuff, but my question is, what's in it? I don't think they would want to kill the mosquitoes. I think they're probably feeding them to make them breed more. You know, I think like they got people scared of something that don't exist, and then they fall right into the trizap. They're you know, anyway. It says they got, oh shit. Troy, Montana, on February 25th, 1910. Wanted, homes for children. Alright, I hope this didn't download. Of course it did. Why would it not? Next. Children of the mud flood. So there's so many angles to these things. Now people are saying it was from the mud flood. Maybe the lost world of the mud flood, fallen women, foundlings, and the 19th century reset. Oh man, look at these children. Imagine that, man. So this guy says he's keeping the original article below, but I highly recommend the PDF update instead. Okay, where is it? If you're recommending it. Oh my god. I'm looking at some of these pictures now, Anna K. They are eerie. Eerier than the ones I seen yesterday and this morning. What is this? If you know where I am going with this, so what the heck was he said? Society had a title for their mothers, fallen women. If you know where I'm going with this, then the following paragraph or two will be a repeat dose. Skip ahead, blah, blah, blah. We read about the first fallen women in the book of Enoch, divine beings, which, yeah, think about that. When they talk about fallen angels, they always show men. They never show women angels. Anyway, took human wives and bore giant children with them. Yeah. Picture a normal woman busting out with a giant baby. That thing would be so damaged. Come on. People don't put two and two together like. Yeah, some of the looks on their face ain't okay. I like that. Okay, it says, which Hebrew scripture calls the Watchers, took women wives and bore giant children with them. The disembodied spirits of those giants became the very demons whom Yeshua would cast out. Really? Really? When I talk about so they're connecting this to the reset. Let's see how it turns out. He said that Yeshua would cast out. The Watchers were sentenced to a prison term of 70 generations. Really? How do you know that? By which time they were to be released upon the earth. Like, what type of God would do some shit like that? You know? Put these alleged traitors in a prison and then let them out. I've done the math. You did? Their probation likely occurred sometime in the mid or early 19th century, beginning of the end days. This appears to have caused a human reset and may in fact coincide with a worldwide mud flood event. When I talk about reset, I am inciting what has already probably happened in the Soviet Union 100 years ago. The architects of communism successfully rewrote history for those whom they beguiled. In the decades to follow, her citizens inhabited what psychologists have coined a false memory syndrome, not quite unlike the Mandela effect today. 70 generations are a long time for a divine being to think and scheme. The Watchers immediately set about to deceive on a grand and global scale. Their first act after the mock deluge event was to scrub much of human history. Tartaria was probably a part of that effort, and that where we find ourselves today, several generations removed from the reset. Let's say it's 1840, cities are emptied out. We're talking about an event where millions of people probably died. Children everywhere suddenly find themselves orphaned and misplaced from the society they were born into. Re-education camps are underway in London and practically every major city on Earth. Okay, but what happened to the parents? Yeah, I know. PSYOP is just a little, PSYOP, thanks, boy. Tartaria is just a little country, man. People would say it's the whole realm, and no, man. If they would only look at the maps, I don't know. That's delusional stuff. Because when you look up Tartaria, maps come up, and it shows that it's just one little. Anyway. Most people today are kept unaware of the fact that there were a series of laws passed into effect in the 1800s, whereas unwed mothers were coerced to hand over their children to authorities. Thousands upon thousands complied, but why? That's my question. The official explanation often falls upon the shame of immorality. Mixed with the toxic blend of industrialization workhouses. Accordingly, they wanted to escape and make a better life for themselves, so they abandoned their children to child labor institutions and re-educated centers. I'm not buying that. Nope. 300,000 women just said, let me football punt this baby out my door. Here, you could take it. Oh, God. Yeah, I agree with that, Marcel. That's one of the that's like, I'm leaning towards that too, you know. At the Foundling Hospital in London, an estimated 4,500 women handed over their babies. And that's just one hospital. There were as many as 4 foundling asylums in New York City alone. I don't know. If people think about how many 4,500 women. I'm trying to like weigh out the numbers here. So they're trying to say a reset happened, and this might be one of those like the God in the Bible, a selective reset. So it only killed parents. This mud flood only attacked the parents, and all the children lived. 4,500 women in the hospital, it says in here. It's for educational and entertainment purposes. Anyway, I got to look and see the statistics of them years and how many people it says were living, because 4,500 women's a lot. And if you mean to tell me that's one hospital and there's 3 other hospitals in that same city, that's a lot of people living in that time. So the reset couldn't have been that bad. Peace, Kimba, and Faceplant, or Kinadummy. It's Faceplant or Plant Face? I don't know. Let's see. By 1847, the number of child migrants who had been identified as orphans in Canada were unprecedented. Though, I think it says Grosse Isle in Quebec usually managed 10 orphans per year. That ain't bad. They were overrun with more than 100 in less than a month. Oh, okay. So they usually dealt with 10 a year. But at that time, in 1847, they were being overrun with 100 a year. Thousands had arrived, it says. Italy fared no better. So that was London. That was Canada, Quebec. So now they were in Italy. Fared no better. Infants were deposited into foundling homes. Foundling homes. Once again, that word found. What are they, just finding children like crystals in the ground? Infants were deposited into foundling homes in scathing numbers. The trend started as early as the 1930s, when as many as 32,000 infants were reported per year. Nearby Spain and Portugal saw as many as 15,000 annual foundlings each. That number exceeded 35,000 per year within 2 decades, so that Italy had over 1,200 locations where newborns could be dropped off. Before 1860, some 374,000 recorded infants rounded the turnstiles in Milan, or I think it's Milan or Milan, Naples, and Florence alone. Oh, Milan, Naples, and Florence. Okay. And look at these little children working this machine here. Now, I don't know if this picture is real, or did they just stick a child up there and say, "Hey, you want a picture?" Sort of like when the children go to fire trucks and they take pictures. The children could have been like, they're barefoot. I don't know. Huh. By 1887, foundling homes in St. Petersburg and Moscow began receiving over 27,000 babies on their doorstep. Historian David L. Ransel records that Moscow was receiving between 16,000 and 18,000 infants annually by the 1880s, and sending over 10,000 of these each year to outlying villages for care. Were they trying to rhyme? In 1882, they were all told 41,720 foundlings from Moscow, home living with 32,000 foster families scattered throughout 4,418 villages. A dozen villages had over 90 fosterings each. They make it sound like they're hold on. I'll make some pictures. I can't share my screen, but I have a different way I could do it. Hold on. So people can get an idea. I'll do it. It's going to take a few seconds. What am I not sharing? My screen? I can't. Because my hotspot. I got to find, that's what I wanted to ask OTW. Someone's got to know a way to, like I've tried tethering, Bluetooth tethering. I've tried everything, man, to connect my internet to my laptop, except for hotspot, and they only gave me limited. And like I said before, I could remember 2 years ago my hotspot was unlimited. Now all of a sudden they're making you pay for extra. Anyway, what does that matter? But yeah, I could put pictures. Hold on. I found a loop. Some of these pictures are freaking hilarious. Oh, No, no. I messed up. Almost. Almost. I caught it in time. There we go. Alright, now save. Alright. I'm gonna put pictures up now. What I do is I take pictures and I put like I make like a little video. Not yet. The gatekeepers, as far as like, I want to investigate this whole thing to the T, man. I want to see what was going on. So far, they haven't mentioned any. All they talk about is children being abandoned and then given up in hospitals, and the numbers they're speaking are very high. Now, I've seen a lot of pictures from the 70s and stuff, and even paintings and you just I'm not buying that, man. I just can't see all these women, especially women, love their children. And back then, families were way bigger, you know. Women would be with a man for a long time, probably their whole life, and they were spitting out 6 children. So I'm uploading the pictures right now. All right. Now I got to get back to that article. I'm going to see, yeah, 40,000, 70,000. That's a lot of people don't, even 1,000 people is a lot. You ever been somewhere with 1,000 people around you? That's a lot of people, man. So 30 to 70,000 children, and that's just one. They're not speaking of all the other cities all these children allegedly are coming from. Just picture 500,000 children, right? They said 300,000, but I'll add even that. That's a lot of children, man. When all these parents just up and said, "Oh, we'll give our children up." No, I'm not buying that, man. No way. No way, Jose. Do 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 do. Dude. All right. It says they when they speak of these children, man, they make it seem like they're like, listen, they call on them entire cartloads of foundlings, right? Were trucked in by women. So they're not called children. They're saying cartloads of foundlings. Now they're calling them foundlings. Like, peace, Yolanda. Yeah, they've been doing the Jabajewski for a long time, and I think that played a part. You know, they trick people into thinking a common code thing is whatever they say it is, and then they go get the, and then there you go, you fell for the trizap. All right, so entire cartloads of foundlings were trucked in by women known as commissionerky. This is what they call these women, commissionerkies. This is what they call the women. Look at this. Commissionerky? Commissionerky. I think I said that right. The subject has always fascinated me. The movie Mother is an extension of this theory. Yeah. That's where I'm at now, is it being a theory. And then you get people that use it in their ideologies. You know, the I came first people. Different sectors of people this woman said, we came first and everyone else came after us. Whatever. I'm not going to argue with people. If that's what they want to believe or they think, that's fine. And like I always say, it's a possibility, because I don't know. I don't know the true beginning and who was here. I think sometimes we dwell so much in the past, it blocks us from working on the future. Some wise man had told me, when you're stuck in the past, how you're going to better your future, or something to that extent. I'm probably miswording it, but yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm just not buying that. That's why I'm challenging this thing, Marcel, because that's the thing that's going around. Is they're saying they were created in an underground lab, and I'm not saying that it couldn't be possible. It is possible, because now, until I see a artificial womb that is growing these children, I can't say it's factual. You need a womb, period. What's up, Lonnie?
What's up, man?
Can you mute YouTube in the background? It was just kind of I could hear myself.
I got you. Yeah, man. I thought that I've heard that fondling name before. Like, did I hear that in like Game of Thrones or some shit like that? Like it was a people, you know what I mean?
You know, I'm always careful with these because you know, I don't know it all, and I'm always learning. But a lot of this information comes from them, the same people that have misled us for all these years. They're spewing out more stuff.
It's very interesting that I'm looking at these pictures, and they're exactly that, the Cabbage Patch Kids.
Yeah, I think it's a term used like a cabbage patch. You would come and pick your cabbages. Well, come and pick your child. Same, it's an analogy or whatever.
It's like they're doing on the web with you know, what they're doing now. They're doing the same thing,
Oh, okay, I get what you're saying.
but they're just
All
doing
right.
them online. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now
All
that
right.
we know.
Oh. Yeah, we got to be careful what we say with that. It's
Yeah,
crazy, man.
I mean, we are talking about things like the Game of Thrones and shit like that. You know, it's not it's fiction, make believe.
Oh.
There, clean that up.
Sorry, boy, I'm coming.
How you doing, man?
Oh, me or boy?
You.
All right.
Looks like you're on a roll this morning.
What was that?
I said you're on a roll. I like the one right
okay.
here with the 5-cent stamp, and they're in the bags, the burlap bags.
Yeah, there's tons of pictures like that, and
it's the industrial age. You know what I mean?
yeah. But what, if you look at the old architecture, what type of the industrial age of what? Rebuilding, or knocking out with the old and in with the new,
Well, here's the thing, and I found this interesting the other day that as of recent, I just seen where they're like these old buildings that we think are just maybe a couple hundred years old. So they're finding out that some of them, in fact, are like thousands of years old.
Have you seen? My favorite one is they knocked it down though, but I think it was in New York City. It was a train station. I don't know. The ceilings were freaking amazingly high, and you could tell no one our size built that freaking train station like that.
My brother and I was talking about the other day, and he's in the construction field too, and I said something about it, and he's like, yeah. He goes, I kind of agree with that, because even with modern machinery, the way the arches and the domes are made, he goes, man, I have no idea how they even built some of this shit in the 1800s and shit like that. He goes, yeah, that all makes sense.
Hey, now, okay, so hearing that, right? Looking at these pictures, and by the way, Charles, I mean, I appreciate the pictures, but I don't appreciate the looping. It's. But
I know. I knew you were going to say that. I was waiting for it.
But I'm not going to complain about it. Okay, so but I would just want to mention it. But okay, so here's what I want to say about it. So the imagery that they use is trains, right? A lot of trains, right? Are these babies anytime in the hands of a mother? No, they're in the hands of a train, or they're inside of a cabbage. So what does that imagery in that era represent? So what does that symbolize?
That's the growth of something new.
Yeah. I think you hit it. Yeah, I think you hit it there. So they got promoted not only by the carts. They also need to be promoted like on trains, in cabbages. Like this will grow, and the train was also, I think, a symbol of prosperity, right? As cabbages, like if you have cabbages, you'll survive. If you have 10 cabbages with your family and you have to go through winter, you'll survive.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, that's simple, dude. I mean, cabbages will just stay good forever. Well, not forever, but for a very long time, right? Maybe one will leave. Maybe one leaf will rot. Maybe two leaves will rot.
Full of kids.
And if you know how to treat the cabbage right, you can even make sauerkraut of it. And no leaves will rot, and you can keep it for 4 years. So that's what cabbage means. And in my appreciation of these pictures, and I think that's also what the trains mean. Like, when does the train track get to your village? When your village provides, when your village has something that's worth, that has worth, that has value, right? That's when the train comes to you. So I think that's what it symbolizes, and I think that's a very important aspect of it, because it doesn't necessarily mean that it is that, but it's advertised as such.
Very good, boy.
Mm.
Now, Marcel brought up, could they have been created in a lab? And I've thought about it because
Yeah.
Divergent speaks on that a lot. And I just, people haven't brought up the part of, you know, I don't hear people speaking on, they say in here that parents just gave up the children, 300,000 women. That's in one city or a couple cities. And then they're spreading it to be the whole world or this realm all over. It's happening.
That sounds very unlikely.
Yeah. What happened to the parents? I you know, now some of them been from the lab. I don't know. That's my question. Where I personally think someone wanted, like you were saying, like the cabbage represents, you know, or I said like a new growth, someone wanted to reset shit. So they started doing away with parents and snatching all the children up, because these children are babies, their minds aren't developed. You can literally, like a baby dog, if you get a wild animal as a baby, you can raise it to be and train
you raise
it.
a baby dog, if you raise a baby dog, you don't even have to raise it, but you will just have it nurtured by ducks. You know, the dog will act like a duck, and he will swim. He will swim in the water like he's a duck, but he's not a duck, but he will feel like a duck. Yeah,
right.
No, I mean, there's enough examples of that in nature and in culture. Yeah, that's pretty much how it works. Yeah.
And but look at, and it kind of reminds me of like my gramps generation to my generation. My gramp, all he knew was work. He was raised to work. And look at the children they got in those pictures. All they knew was work. So these people knew if they raised the children to work, it was definitely going to be passed down, just like religion. All this stuff embedded into the mind of the child will be passed down genetically, you know. And what's the word I'm looking for? It's not mostly genetics, but the parent is going to raise their child the same way.
Yeah.
So
programming, grooming.
Yeah.
It's the difference between, or it's the, how do you say, the symbiotism between nature and nurture, right? There's an aspect of nature, let's say genetic, and there's an aspect of upbringing, you know, culture.
Because the only evidence I've seen where people point out and they'd be like, the incubator babies, an incubator is taking the place of the mother. When a child is born, the mother's supposed to be there, not a freaking incubator, right?
Yeah.
That's all an incubator is.
Well, no, not really. An incubator actually takes over the role of the matrix of the womb. But you know,
the mother.
No, the womb. You know, you don't call your mother your womb. You know, the mother is something else than the womb. I mean, the womb is inside of the mother. It's like, no. So the incubator thing is something that's in between the mother and the world. You know, but since it's outside of the mother, it has to be kept very delicately and precious and still. You know, since it's not meant to be in a dry position and not to be out in the open. So
why is it called an incubator?
Because they kept.
I'm gonna look it up in a minute.
Because it's been encapsulated, right? It's been in a capsule. It has to be incubated because it cannot be exposed to the outside world. It's still way too what's the word? Vulnerable. It's in everything in that creature, in that unfull-grown creature that's there outside of the womb is still so vulnerable that it needs to be incubated. It needs to be encapsulated, and so, yeah, that's why it's called incubator. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because okay, so here's this Dutch saying: everything that's beautiful has no protection, and therefore you need to protect it, right? Everything that's beautiful is unable to protect itself. That's actually probably the definition of beauty. Something that's beautiful, but it's very vulnerable too. It's just beautiful. It has no way to protect itself. It's just beautiful. And beauty is a part of nature. Beauty is a part of nature, as we all know. A very significant part. Yeah.
Sorry about that. I had to use the bathroom. So yeah, let's look it up, man. Incubator, because I can't share my screen, but I could look it up.
I need to set my laptop up too, man.
Yeah, I got to figure out a way to there's got to be a way around this hotspot. There's got to be a loophole to where I could use it infinitely through my phone, because like I've said before, I don't understand how I got unlimited everything but not unlimited hotspot. Like, I'll figure it out. But anyway, incubators. What are incubators for? So let's see. Do we want just the definition, or do you want to look up the etymology? We'll do both. How do you spell incubator?
I think if you just put it in there, it'll know what you're talking about.
All right. Let's see. It says from Latin incubatus, past particles. Past participle.
Particle.
No, it says participle.
Oh.
Participle. That's not particle.
Participle, yeah.
Of incubo. Incubo. It means to hatch. From in, which means on, and cubo, to lie.
The same
now,
thing
what do they mean?
The same. My sister used to do the same
so
thing.
That's actually the same word as germinating. It's germinating again.
Hold on. I'll post the whole definition here, so people can see what it says. Because lie isn't spelled like you lay down, L-Y-E. It's spelled L-I-E, to lie. Like, that's what kubo means. I put it in the chat. From Latin incubatus, past participle of incubo, to hatch, from in, on. So, hold on.
So that means that it also passes particles to the baby to survive? I think so. You know, it has to have air, of course,
Right.
and so yeah, so it has to pass the particulates through the
This
actual room that's called the incubator.
it says right here. What is the root word of incubator? It says 1640s transitive. It means to brood upon, watch jealously. 1721 in literal sense, to sit on eggs to hatch them. From Latin incubatus, past participle of incubare, to lie in or upon. Also in the figurative sense, broad.
Rod.
So you were right, kind of, Voy. Huh. So when did premature babies go into incubator? Because I was in one. I was premature. I was
Sure.
born in April, but I was supposed to be born in the end of May to beginning of June.
That's exactly. And but you know, I've worked with a woman, and she also was an incubator baby. She was one of the tallest women that I ever seen, one of the strongest women and most healthy women that I ever seen. You know,
Are you
so-
tall, Chuck?
Oh, it says it right here. Candy's right on.
Yeah. Enclosed apparatus.
I didn't even see that till just now.
How
Yep.
tall are you, Chuck?
6'1".
There you
If I
go.
didn't smoke cigarettes at
Right.
12 years old, I'd probably
Oh,
be
so you
fucking
know,
6'4".
so is this actually a thing about babies in incubators that they're actually tall people, Lonnie?
I think that I think he's onto something.
Ah. Uh-huh.
I mean, very well could be. It sure sounds like it. I mean, I don't believe in coincidence, and we're only talking about one other person. So go look at incubator babies and look at their height.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've never heard of this myself, but boy, that would be kind of eye opening if that would be in fact the case.
Hmm.
Why are we making bigger babies?
Because they plop out sooner, you know, maybe longer.
Right.
I don't know.
Mr. Me All G says, looking for logic in a word is futile. Incubator means exactly what you think it means, a shell around young birth like an egg. Yeah, premature babies that should still be in the womb. So maybe they may you know, because people see these signs from in New York City from what's that fair on Coney Island, and it shows pictures of the incubator babies, and it says you can a 12-month growth in 1 hour, right? That's what it says. I have the picture on my phone.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So you mean to tell me you can grow a baby in 1 hour from 12 months in an incubator? Well, how come we've never seen this?
Well,
if they were doing it back then,
but maybe that was just a way to sell it.
Yeah.
Dude, that just might be advertising, dude.
Right.
Because you know they were in a different era back then. I mean, if you see all the other pictures where they, you know, if you look at the pictorial, if you look at the pictorial history of that era, right, that went before that, it was alchemy, and it was all magic, and everything was, you know, not as scientific as we see the world, not as. So it was, you know, where I'm going with that, because if I see it, the picture, how do you say, the iconography of that era, it was way different. So I think that's just
you think they like accelerated their imagination a little too much?
Well, they could sell more imagination than they can nowadays. But then again, nowadays they can sell insanity as if it is wisdom. You know,
so was the lifespan was a lot shorter as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because basically, people back in the 1920s, late 1800s. They basically worked themselves to death, man. I mean,
yeah, you don't see many people with long beards and gray hair in those pictures.
well, they were dying at 35, and that was considered a long time.
Yeah, true.
Now we have people. I mean, they're living to be 102 years old. In some cases.
Now, C-sections and all this stuff, like, who's B? Is that B what it is? We'll find out. Don't make me regret this. Who's B? Is that B what it is?
To be.
Yeah, this be what it is. What's up, Charles?
What's up, man? I knew it was you.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for them people trying to show stuff.
English is babble, meaning confusion. Yeah, that's why only the English language will have 17 words that mean the same thing to confuse people.
Yeah, or one word that means 10 other things, like the word no or nah. It doesn't have a straight explanation to it.
Marcel, yeah, I wouldn't mind living to 150. There's not in the time we live, there's not enough time to, like, especially in a slave society, man. So when I see the pictures of these children, man, I guess our life isn't that bad.
Right? Bless you, dude. Bless you. And thank you, Lord, for giving us these lives that we can just communicate through these devices with each other. I mean, it's pretty awesome.
It is. Bone batteries under cities. Yeah, I thought about that too, man. We could switch into that topic. Like, so all these children come up and it, they said London, which now I'm starting to think a lot of these children were coming from London, 100,000 here. What the fuck are all them bones under London? Were those the parents' bones? Yeah, were those the parents from these children? Is that where they stashed all the parents?
Yeah, most likely. Yeah, they cooked them. They cooked them first.
Probably.
Because you can't get bones like that very easily. You really have to cook the bones. And then and so they probably fed the parents to the children.
Cannibalism, huh?
Yeah, like they fed them, and they called them hamburgers. Do you know what a hamburger means? It means civilian. I mean, what the fuck do you think that a hot dog means? It just means a hot dog. Just eating.
They probably still do it to this day, boy.
Yeah,
who knows? Where's all this meat coming from to feed people? There ain't that many cows.
Do you know how we call what you call a hamburger? We call that a tartare. And you have tartare sauce, and do you know what's a hamburger? That's somebody that lives in Hamburg, right? That's a hamburger. That's a hamburger. That's somebody that lives in Hamburg. Okay, so that's what you're eating. So you just I mean, there's no two ways about it. Okay.
That's awesome. Sick, but awesome.
Yeah. That's where it stems from.
So
eat your enemy. Just eat your enemy. That's where it stems from. So here's an hamburger.
Dog eat dog.
Yep.
Old guy. No wonder they call us cattle.
Peace, Realist McCoy.
Hey, Realist, how you doing, brother? Good to see you.
In 4.8 miles, take
Who deleted your Who deleted? Don't delete Mr. and me. Oh, geez. I don't see anything wrong that they said. Don't delete the comments. Who did that, man?
Mr. Miyagi can be a pain in the ass. I'm not saying that it's allowed to delete him, but he can be a bit edgy.
That's all right. Long as he's not disrespecting anyone, you're free to say whatever you want.
I agree.
You could be like, Chuck, I fucking hate you. That's fine. You know, I don't care. Say it. But
What did the comment say by chance?
I don't know. I didn't see anything that said erased.
No, me neither.
We're not here nor there. We're everywhere.
Infinite.
I'm taking off my pants, by the way.
Huh?
I'm not going to be wearing pants soon.
Huh?
It's officially a party.
All right.
Oh.
Thought I was the only one.
I'll let your imagination run wild. I'm just going
You know, they call
No
them
pants.
pants.
No pants
But
Tuesday.
then when a cat, they say a cat is panting, but then we put on pants. Like, what the fuck is with these words, man? Like, the English language is crazy.
That's where etymology comes in, right? Pantomime. What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? Pantomime. What does it mean? Yeah. I mean, once you get into etymology, and English is not far from Latin, so you know it would make sense for English people too. English is not far from Latin, so etymology makes sense. Even syncretism makes sense, you know, because of etymology. But syncretism is not the way to find the truth. It's sometimes it's a shortcut, but usually it's a dead end. But etymology will get you to what words actually mean and where they are derived from. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out a way here to I don't get it, man. One day I had connected my
9:58.
Hey, no one asked you that. Trying to connect my it says right here, Chromebook.
Marcel, did you like your neighbors or not?
Good question. Would you? I mean, do you like your neighbors? Salted and peppered, or are they just good like this?
Are they al dente or no char?
Let's see.
I couldn't help myself.
I'm still laughing.
Oh shit!
That was funny. Yeah. Old ladies is Sunday thinking of who's talking about in no pants trousers. That's happening anyway. And okay.
Laughter is the best medicine.
I'm trying to connect my laptop, because usually they would send me a freaking a text message saying you have 10 gigabytes left, which is nothing. That's like a fart in the wind. 10 gigabytes. But they didn't send me nothing. They just booted me out in the middle of my live stream last week. I was with, you know who was up here, and I was about to share a video, and it just boop, booted me right out. And I'm like, dude, what the hell's going on?
And you got unlimited?
I have unlimited talk, text, and internet. Yeah.
So have you noticed, like at the beginning when you cycle, cycles through and you start over and you're new, and when you haven't really used it, that like 3/4 of it's gone?
I don't. There's something with this, man, because it just, like I said, I had my last phone. It was a different company, and like two years ago, I had unlimited hotspot, and now with this new, they make you pay when yours runs out. They only give you a little. Like, what does it matter? Like when I'm on it's using the hotspot. It's using the same gigabytes or whatever as if I wasn't using my laptop. So what? They just want to get more money out of people. That's all. And for the new people who come in, we were talking about the Cabbage Patch Kids for like the last hour and 20 minutes. So I know we can't stay on the same topic forever, even though we could. But
I remember the Cabbage Patch Kids in the 80s. You remember the little
remember the Garbage Pail Kids?
Oh yeah. Remember them too. That was after, right?
Yeah.
You know what I want to see more evidence of? Because all these people talk, and they show pictures of underground laboratories with artificial wombs, but they're not real pictures. They're all animated or cartoon or drawings. Where's the hardcore proof? Show me a baby that was grown in one of these labs. Now, something else I have a theory on. You know how the genders, they want to have more than one? Well, maybe because some of these children were grown in the labs and they screwed up and they were grown with both things. So now they have to create a new, to mix them in with everyone else. So they're going to create a new one or whatever, because these people are growing up.
That might also be the case, right? That these Cabbage Patch Kids were produced to be injected, to be inserted into the human population when they would be. Has anybody kept track of these Cabbage Patch Kids? Cabbage Patch Kids. Whatever.
Well, all I heard a few people say, well, I've asked my grandparents, and some people said they got to talk to their great-grandparents, which that's surprising to me. I mean, shit. But people's grandparents say when they were a child and they spoke to their grandparents that they don't remember their parents. So, that's all hearsay. None of us have heard our great-grandparents say this, so it's all hearsay. And I don't know. How can we keep track? None of them are alive anyway, so what evidence can we get from it?
But I do have, I've seen pictures of the parents of my grandparents. But, that doesn't mean that, that's as far as it goes. That's as far as it goes, And beyond that, there's some history. There's some writings and some how do you say, some registers. It doesn't go very much further than 100 years beyond the pictures, right? So that might be like 180 years altogether. That I will believe, but the rest. Yeah.
Have you ever talked to your grandparents or great-grandparents about how babies were made and how everybody perceived that babies were made? Because what I talked with my grandmother is that you didn't find out how babies were made until you were married as a woman.
Wow. So this might also have been like a way to sell these babies to young couples that didn't know what matrimony or sex was like.
They're like a euphemism.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because what was it? The gestational period of 12 months in just 1 hour of filling out this form and paying the fee?
I don't know what you're alluding to.
Oh, when they were saying 12 months gestation in 1 hour, as opposed to like genetic engineering situation.
Yeah.
I've heard of the test tube babies all the way back to ancient India, but
select to speak. US phone hub.
I've also heard that there's people banging all the time and popping out babies that they can't take care of as well, and it was up to the church and the kingdom to take care of those fatherless children and then dead bodies as well.
Yeah. Makes sense. That makes sense. And for the church to come up with a system to not kill life, not just to, and also not to take care of it, but to find to channel it into the world, and for it to make sense in a way. It makes sense.
Yeah, all the bastard children could be an apprentice. They sent all the unwed mothers to convents. All the second and third sons, they just went to war and served some sort of free labor, and then they died, and the heir was left to occupy the land
and make this land into a better land according to their narrative at that time, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that does make sense, dude. I didn't think of it that way, but it's actually very, very applicable. It's very plausible, very possible that is actually close to what happened. Yeah.
The conspiracy theory level that I get to is the shuffling around of cattle. You send a bunch of babies into a foreign land. Let's just say you wipe out a population with smallpox on blankets. Well, you can repopulate that land by shipping boatloads of babies.
Yeah.
You send a bunch of criminals over there so they can establish a safe place because they're a little bit more rugged. And then you start sending prostitutes to them so they get married. And then you start sending children so then you can fluff up the population. I heard this happened in India, Australia, the Americas, all around 1900, 1899, 1900, they started injecting numbers.
The rest of the panel has died.
No, I'm here. I'm trying to find a loophole in this. But Lonnie, I had to mute you because of all the background noise. I don't know if Lonnie was trying to speak. But Candy said I was a bastard child. My mom was a teen. Yeah, my mom had me. My mom was only 20. Yeah, 20 years old or 19.
In the United States, you have more legitimacy and freedom than most people in written history. So we don't really have the concept of bastard children anymore.
Yeah, my father was I don't know if it was my mother that kept my father away out of spite, or he was just a bum. Didn't want nothing to do with me. Like, what father would create life and want nothing to do? If you don't like the woman, how can you take that out on a child? You know what I'm saying? You got to be a real scumbag.
No, that's
tigers
not true.
Or grizzly bears.
No, that's not true, dude. I mean, any man that that ejaculates in a woman can impregnate her. That's where it comes
Yeah,
down
I
to.
know, but
And so
even if you
not
don't
every
like the
man-
woman, it's not the child's fault.
No, but dude, that's a very romantic way of thinking, of looking at life. That's looking at life in a very, with a very pink, with pink glasses. Like, not everything is, life is not like that.
Well, they shouldn't have
I'm-
let it
I
go
agree
inside
with
of her.
you. I mean, yeah, I agree with you, but I mean, I did make that decision. Once I went inside a woman, I was like, yeah, well, I'm gonna flip it out before I come. But, not with every woman, And so, but that's the choice that I made. But some people don't make that choice. They just go. They just keep on going. Yeah. And it's not that simple. It's not that black and white. It's not like, oh, if you stick your organ in her organ, then you should be committed for life. I hear you. I hear what you say. But that's not how it works. That's all it takes. All it takes is that one moment. And the thing that you refer to, that's instigated by the government. That's instigated by the church. Why? To create a community that would be that's. I'm going to stop there.
Yeah, I could definitely agree. The only reason I'm here for my kids is because I was programmed to do so. The lower level building blocks in my structure, I don't stop. So I just need to know how much a child is and how much a woman is going to be before I even engage, because I'm not going to stop. I just have to pay.
Yeah. If you're with a woman that has 16,000 bodies, and you should know the consequences of going raw. It's a possibility it can happen. And if you don't want that and you're not willing to, what are people brain dead when they make this decision? That's how I think.
No, but come on. I mean, I don't want to be an apologist, but it's not a decision. In that moment.
Yeah.
The
saying, you get what you get if you're thinking with your dick.
Yeah. But that doesn't necessarily make it a wrong decision, though, right? I mean, here you are, so that's a good thing.
You don't get in the rocket ship with a loose wing. You make sure you're right and tight before you even hit the field to play. Otherwise, you're going to end up in child court. You're gonna end up with a bad time. You might crash into a wall. And a lot of these
What's a
people
mole?
out there, they weren't taught.
That's like a mole. That's like do you know Marilyn Monroe? She had this mole on her upper lip.
Well, Marcel said they say moles are due to incest. In every bloodline, this happens, unfortunately. So what's a mole? Break that down, Marcel.
A mole is just this spot on your skin, this dark spot on your white skin. That's what a mole is.
You can never have a successful community without moral guidance. I could agree with that.
A large freckle, yeah. A darker
I think
freckle.
part of the religion of Abraham was who to bang in the tribe. There was like,
yeah.
Well, based
let's
on
get down to
incest.
business. Let's talk real stuff now. Yeah.
You know what I think? I think the phone company, they have a way where they lock your phone up to where you can't, share the internet on, because it says tethering, Bluetooth tethering. I've hooked it up to my, it says connected with my, Chromebook tablet, but yet it says no internet. It says connected, but no internet. How's that when my phone has internet? So I think they're blocking something to where I got to figure this out. I need a computer whiz to hack my way around this.
No, what you need to do is just switch everything off and then on again, and it will be fine. It just needs to download some cookies.
You think so?
Yeah, that's usually the case. I'm not an IT expert though. I'm a total nitwit. But as a nitwit, I can give you that advice.
I'm going to shut it down and see what happens. Shut down. I'll leave it off for a while.
See, you're getting into the groove of this. Yeah.
Somebody say cookies?
That's funny. You can never have successful community without moral guidance. True. And that's why they are doing, that's why the things have been done to our society that have been done. And here we are in the shambles of it, right? No morality. Well, there is morality around us. There's still enough morality around us to keep society up. But we can see it breaking down because that's a key point, Mr. Miyagi. And that's why they're breaking it down from the inside out because of that. You don't even need bombs. You just need to break down the morals. As they're doing, as is being done.
Morals is more like common sense, man. That's how I see it.
Yeah.
A little bit. Because if a person isn't raised, I always went with how I felt inside. Like every time I did something wrong, my mother wasn't over my shoulder like, that's wrong. For some reason, you feel it. You know it's wrong.
Yeah.
I don't feel good when I got a punch someone in the face. Even if I'm self-defending myself, I still feel like, damn, I had to do that. It's fucked up.
Dude, now that you say that, getting punched in the face, I remember my mom just looking at me, not saying anything, and just walking away. And I remember feeling so bad after that, even worse than when she would have hit me, or she screamed at me or talked to me for an hour or whatever. And I just begged her like a few days after that, Mom, could you just please say that I'm an asshole? She said, what? I said, because you didn't say anything. And I was like, just give this some finition to it, just make this finite. Just don't leave it out in the open. I was so appalled by just not hearing anything from my mom when I did something wrong. That was like the worst punishment ever she gave me. Like, I'm not going to say anything. I was like, Mom, please tell me that I'm an asshole or a fuckhead or a bitch or whatever. And she just looked at me like, no, I'm not going to say anything. It was the worst ever.
Mr. Me said, would we be in the same place without the moral guidelines of the Bible? Now, I say, yeah. Because the Bible's not as old as they're saying. And two, it's all about how your parents raise you.
Word. Amen.
It's all about the parents. Like I said, you could take a wild alligator, take its little baby and raise it. That little baby will know you because you raised it. It knows your scent. It knows you're going to feed it and protect it. That fucking alligator, it's still a wild animal at the end of the day, but it for the most part, it's not going to just attack you. Like people say, you're going into the damn water with a gator sitting there. What do you expect it to do? Right? You're invading its space. What do you think? It's gonna tickle your toe? No. But you could take a freaking, let's think of the most craziest beast out there. You could take a lion, because I've seen them on the internet. This lady had baby lions and what's the other cat type? Cougar. Yeah, she had a tiger, a cougar, and a bobcat. Raised them as babies. Paws as big as your fucking head, maybe bigger. Thing will knock your head off with one swoop. But the thing was licking her, purring as loud as a freaking car. I mean, these are wild beasts that wouldn't be like that if you just approach one in the wild. But considering, so yeah, it's all about how you raise the child, man. Books are books. I think the Bible has been blown out of proportion. It's just my opinion. And people, it's a book, and when you really look into it, it's not as thousands and thousands of years old. I would say maybe 600 years, if that. And I knew right from wrong before I knew what the Bible was. My mother taught me off rip, right and wrong. And like I said, even you know wrong when you do it, your gut feeling tells you. So
yeah,
it's kind of built in already.
And that would make the Bible a very important book for criminals, because they don't know right from wrong. Maybe they should read the Bible. If you don't know right from wrong, you know, maybe you should. Maybe you should lock yourself up, you know, and inside of a building, become a monk, read the Bible. You know, if you don't know right from wrong. Look at other people that didn't know right from wrong either, and how long they fought. You know, that's the story that the Bible tells you, right?
Mr. Me said, cannibals think it's moral to eat people. Yeah, because their parents are probably cannibals, or they went through something in their life where they lost their noodles, and they just feel like. Like look at the doctors that do away with, you know, in the womb. I really don't want to like blow it out there because it might be too sensitive. But how can a doctor sit there and do that? I've seen this video, this doctor, where the guy said, pray to Jesus, right? You're going to burn for what you do. You like doing it, huh? And the doctor's like, yeah, I love it. And I was like, damn, what the hell is wrong with that guy? I think some people are just raised evil, man. That's all they know. They weren't taught morals or right and wrong. Or if they did know wrong, they ignored it and went with the evil. They feel better to do evil.
I mean, you know children, right? I mean, most children come out the womb. I mean, all children come out the womb innocent, right? And beautiful and, you know, full of all possibilities and talents. But then again, you know, that's how I look at children and people in general. But then again, I've also seen children of which I think, wow, that's just an evil baby. Sorry, dude. I mean, I didn't say it in the moment, of course, but you know, it's like, wow, that's so. Or some children, like a 2-year-old or a 3-year-old, of which I think, wow, that's. Well, no. That's not a child. That's an evil one.
Yeah. I believe in the caste system. We're all.
But do you? I mean, so you.
We're all independent.
I hear you laugh there. Be what is. So you're of the same experience every sometime.
Oh yeah, definitely. Right? You know which kids can bear a heavier burden, and you know which kids can't, and. You smile with the ones that are a little bit weaker, and you work with the ones that are a little bit harder.
Yeah.
Ding! No.
Yeah, beautiful.
Mr. Me, I'm just gonna say Mr. Me said, is it moral to you know, babies? Definitely not. I don't care you know, now, and there's situations where women are raped, grape. I don't want to say that, but even then, like that, you know, I can see where women feel in that, you know, they don't. I still think it's wrong. You know, my mother had told me she thought of having an abortion with me because she was young and wasn't ready, and then she changed her mind. Now, I don't know the whole. I wish she was here so I could to go more into depth, but that kind of crushed me when I heard that. You know, like I said earlier, a man, woman, they come together. You know the consequences of that. So, you know, I don't feel bad when a 13-year-old makes the choice of doing the do, and then a baby is and they're like, oh, I'm too young, I want to get rid of it. That's murder. You know, that's just me. People don't have to agree with it. They could say it's moral, but I fucking don't think so. That's wrong. That baby, they say it don't hurt, but how do people know? Really think about that. How the hell does a person know that don't hurt when they do that to the baby? Are you the baby? Did you talk to that little thing in there? Did you peek in there and say, hey, does this hurt? You know? Anyway. Time's up. Yeah, well, I don't know. I put it this way, man. I guess people are, you know, everyone has opinions, man. And I respect everyone's opinions, but, you know, I just don't see that moral. And even people are in these positions and they're forced, they got to live with that. And I don't. No, that ain't true. I do too, because I've had a position where I was with a woman and she became pregnant and went to the doctors and did it behind my back. And that fucking pissed me off. And then I'm wrong for getting mad, right? Like, you don't even tell me, you just go do it. She took one of those pills, and then it just, you know, it kills it, and you have it. I guess I don't know the whole deal with the thing, but it comes out. You know what I mean? It kills it. It's sort of like one of those take-home kits, just through a pill or something. I don't know, whatever.
It's rough for us as the fathers because we're more part of the support system rather than the primary person going through the situation.
Yeah.
So we're kind of disconnected. Again, we're not in that first person view of the situation, and we just basically all we can do is offer support, and that's very, very frustrating as a man.
No, that's not frustrating. That's how it is.
Right.
So
it's just something that you have to exercise your discipline on.
Yeah.
And for me, when I can't solve a problem, I'll try harder. And when I can't solve that problem, even trying harder, it results in massive frustration. But sometimes I just got to let go and let God, and hopefully everything works out.
And so that's just acceptance, right? Because when I hear you like, oh, you want to change it, and then you try even harder to change it, but you didn't try acceptance at first, you know, and then in the end you tried a lot and then it didn't get you anywhere. You just need to accept it. I mean, well, not you, but it's just a question of acceptance, right?
Right.
That's what it is about. It's not about having to change it. There's nothing you can change about you and I as a man, and we as a man, as males, we cannot want children. Yeah, we can want that, but what we need for having children is a woman, right? And a womb.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you need that woman to want a child from you. You know, that's so. It's not up to you. It's not up to me. It's up to the woman. That's it. And once every now and then you get horny, and you, and then you get the chance, and that's what it comes down to. Yeah.
Where'd they get that word from? Horny. Like, what do you got? A horn? Right? I'm horny.
Oh, well, you know, I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to show you where that word comes from.
No, I kind of get it, but it's just the terms people use. You want to get horned? Peace or drop. That's a touchy subject, though. I mean, you know, and there's a lot of hypocrites out there, though. You know, they'll call that justice or just to do away with a little thing in the womb. But then they'll sit there and say guns kill, right? We got to do away with guns, and I'm like, what? What hypocritical shit is that?
But those things are only comparable in memes and in the news, and you shouldn't, you know.
No, there's women out and men out there that have said that.
What you're saying. I know what you're saying, but you know, those things are incomparable, and people that try to bring those things into the same diaphragm, into the same paradigm, you know, that's a political scheme. So we shouldn't do that, as because we're not politically framing ourselves or trying to solve the problems that we in a political way. So we shouldn't fall into that trap. But I hear
guns don't kill. The dummies behind the trigger kills.
Yeah. No, but guns were made for killing or for maiming. You know, so
yeah. Guns. I wonder why they call them a gun. Gun.
Interesting. I never thought of that.
Gun. Huh. Let's look up the etymology of gun.
Because I pulled the trigger and you're gone.
You're gone. Gone. Let's see.
Gun. Maybe cane. Maybe to a cane. Cane might be related.
All right. Oh, it goes back to Scandinavian, the origin. Gun is spelled Gunnr.
Gunnar.
Yeah. And then it says Hildr for war. Hilder.
Yeah.
Gunhilder.
Gunnar.
Then Middle English, it's spelled Gunne, like gunny. Gawny. Yeah, like you said, gone. It's spelled Gonne though, for Middle English. It says Middle English gunny or gawny, perhaps from a pet form of the Scandinavian name. I don't know. I'll put it in the chat. I can't pronounce some of this stuff.
Gunnar, but Gunnar is a name, also in Scandinavian and also in Dutch. Gunnar. It's a cool name, though. Oh,
yeah, put it in the chat.
Yeah, that makes sense. Gunnar, Gunhilder.
It says the origin of the English word gun is considered to derive from the name given to a particular historical weapon. Damina Gunilda was the name given to a remarkably large ballista, a mechanical bolt-throwing weapon of enormous size, mounted at Windsor Castle during the 14th century.
Or so they say.
Yeah. The American Revolution was fought and won with guns.
Wow,
Really?
you're quite a quick typer there, Charles. Wow.
With what?
On the
I
keyboard.
pasted that. I copied it and pasted it.
I heard you surf the keyboard like a... What?
That's B that's doing that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll probably end this stream in like another 20 minutes. I said that yesterday, and I'm trying not to do no 6-hour streams. But I will. Maybe I'll end it in a half hour. Have a little more time.
I was with Ian on the stream this morning, and he said, "Yeah, I'm going to end this stream," and then he did, you know, another 2 hours, and he's, "Yeah, I'm going to end this stream," and then he did another 2 hours.
I did that yesterday. I said, I'm going to end the stream in 20 minutes. I stayed another hour in 20 minutes. How is Ian doing?
I think he's okay. I think it's actually better than before.
Maybe he just needed time.
Yeah, I mean, you can be sharp all the times, right? Yeah.
I got no problems with Ian.
No, me neither. And I actually enjoy his, especially the things that he did lately. Good streams with, good streams. We like him long, we like him deep, you know.
Oh, thank you, Candy. Sorry, boy. I was just saying thank you, Candy. It sounds like she was heading out. And I appreciate you setting your alarms. I know you work third shift, I think, right? You said. I appreciate you setting your alarm to catch the my live stream.
All right.
Yeah. I work third shift at this bus company for a little over a year. Once I hurt my back, though, they had it out for me to get rid of me.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know if they thought I was going to sue them or what, but I hurt my back on the job, and I was on light duty for like 2 months. And then I came off of light duty, and about a month and a half later, or 2 months later, they found a... And then when I went to unemployment, they never showed up. So they just wanted to get rid of me. That's all right, because I was getting paid $385 around there, $390 to sit on my ass for 2 years. So screw them. But it was a good job. Third shift, they started me at 13, like 25. By the time I left, I was making 14 an hour. Guaranteed 40 hours a week, no matter what. But we did like 42 buses a night, and no, not school buses. Oh, so here and back is Lonnie. Okay. Anytime, Lonnie, man. And it was full benefits. You got a week paid vacation and a week paid sick time. And then you got paid holidays. So you would have, it was sweet, man. You would have your 2 regular days off a week and then that paid holiday.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Mr. Me. And sorry about someone taking out your, because I don't, you know, I don't think I've ever blocked anyone for the most part. When I say a free thinking lounge and stuff, like, long as people aren't attacking other people, they could attack me all they want. I don't care. But I want people to be able to speak freely. I'm key on freedom of speech, man. Like, you know, people should be able to take people saying stuff that they don't like. Like, if they don't agree with someone, that's life.
All right.
Mr. Me says, voice, stay blessed, man.
Likewise, you know, idem dito, Mr. Miyagi. as you
Yeah.
are. Blessed,
Peace.
man. Yeah.
Peace, Misael. Only the wise. Yeah, when hearing back said, thanks for having me up, I'm like, what? I got confused for a minute. And I was like, oh, okay. Most people don't even know it's me with the Wandering Warrior because my channel has my name. But yeah, third shift is the graveyard shift, and it sucked. Especially in the wintertime. I thought for sure in the winter we wouldn't wash the outsides of the buses. Nope. The garage is heated for the most part. And what they would do is the door, you would have to bundle up, especially if you're the washman. Like I worked for the wash crew, and then I slowly integrated into detail, which you strip the entire bus out. And you just clean the entire bus. Like you strip the floor for coach buses, not school buses. The school buses was a different shift. This bus company had school buses, coach buses, handicap bus, you name it, man. They had any type of freaking transportation in the bus you could think of. City buses, fucking. But in the wintertime, it sucked. Yo, it didn't matter if there was 100 feet of snow, you had to show up for work. I remember I had no car. And it was one winter, it was like almost 1.5 feet of snow. And my boss was mad. I was calling out. And I'm like, bro, what do you want me to do? Ski-doo there? I don't have a car. It's far. It was on a whole other side of the city. I don't remember if he had someone come pick me up or what. But anyway, the point is, working in that type of weather sucks. Especially if you're outside with water, it's even worse. And dumping the toilet sucked. All that poop and shit. Oh my god. Because they had a hole in the ground. You pull the bus in the garage, boy, and you gotta line it up, and then you pull this lever, like you open the back door. You know, on most buses, when you open the back, it comes up like a Ferrari door. And then on the side, there's another little door, and you pull a lever, and it empties the toilet. Then you gotta hook a hose up to it. It sucked. But the money was good.
Yeah.
Overtime, time and a half. Sometimes we would be behind, and I would stay an extra hour every day when we were busy. And people, because you didn't have to stay, people would punch out even if we were behind.
Did you
some
do
people would leave.
Did you do some good old graffiti works? Like the
Graffiti?
Excellent occasion to do so.
What do you mean graffiti works?
Yeah, I mean, if you were cleaning all these, like these, what are we cleaning? Buses and things.
Nobody ever spray painted them. Excuse me, I've never seen it. Now, inside of the bus, when the children would go on field trips, we had these, like, you ever see, probably in Europe over there, they have the double-decker red buses.
Yeah. No, well, that's only in the UK. Yeah. But, yeah.
Well, yeah. About 10 years ago, the company had just bought one double-decker. I'll never forget it. So it was my first time. I'm like, how the hell? And it's weird in the inside how you go upstairs. Or was it the front of the bus where it went up like, but there's like no room on the top. It was weird, man. Like, I'm like, how the hell are people sitting up here? It's like, it's cramped. But yeah, isn't that cool? I thought double deckers are awesome. There's nothing cool about it. But cleaning them suck too. And they had like a bunch of them type buses. Just picture it without the double decker, just a regular red bus like that. And the children would tear them down, boy. Gum on the seats, fucking candy and drink everywhere every night. We had to sweep it out and mop them. They didn't have rugs. They used to have rugs, but they ripped them all out because of that reason.
Yeah. What they do.
Yeah. What?
You gotta give them morals. You gotta give them morals.
Let me
Otherwise,
tell
you
you.
know, it's gonna make a mess.
The money I found. Like some nights I never found a $50 bill, but I found a 10, a 5. I found one night almost $40. It was in between the two seats. Now, the rule is if you find a wallet and it has an ID, you got to turn it in. Anything that, you know, phones, tablets, you got to turn those in. And if it's
money,
open money, it's yours.
Yeah,
because
course.
you can't.
Nice.
There's no one to claim it. So my boss was slick. He would no one claims the phones, then you could have them, right? So he would take a phone no one claimed, and he would catch people stealing, and it would always be someone he didn't like. He would know that person would steal the phone, and he would fire him. He would set him up. And I used to tell people, turn that shit in, man, because you know, I figured it out.
It was always the same phone.
That happened once that time. It was the same phone within the span of a month. But there's cameras that were on the bus back then. But yeah, I mean, to me, I'm the type of person, I used to think, what if that was my phone and I lost it? And back then, in 2009, phones were expensive. You know, and I made good money. Why would you have to steal a phone? Buy one. But yeah, the boss would set people up lovely. And it was always someone he didn't like that would fall for the bait, and he would just fire him. Boom, got you. I used to there was always a lot of change too that would be in the when I would sweep the bus, it would add up. Some nights I would get $10 in change because we would do like 42, 45 buses. And if it was a bus full of children, you were guaranteed to find some money.
Dude, that makes me think of this old car that my father bought somewhere in late 70s. It was this Simca Fiat. It was this brand in Europe, Simca Fiat. It was like something Spain, like a coalition between Spain and Italy. And dude, this back seat, you know, as a young child, I would just put my hand in the back seat. You know, there was this space between one back seat and the other back seat, and there used to be toy cars, toy dolls, money, cigarettes, lighters.
Like a magic car.
It would be, yeah, dude. Totally. The thing, it was a never ending. It was just like a cornucopia. Yeah.
Peace,
What a
Kimba.
great childhood memory.
Find something to be grateful for. Yeah. That's some good advice there, Candy. Awesome. It's the remedy and the medicine to pride. Right? Gratefulness. It's to be thankful. It's one of the first things that needs to be attained in a day, you know, in awareness.
Mesa Mel asked you, Voya, what's up with your channel? Are you in YT jail or just say F it?
I'm not in YouTube jail, but I just don't stream that often anymore. And my former channel has been deleted. So I think that Messermelt has just not got the memo yet. So I have a new channel. That's it.
Yeah, I have to. I'm slacking, man. I've been saying this for days. I gotta finish this verse, memorize it, say it, send it. I gotta do a couple videos. I gotta finish these videos. I just got lingering. I haven't even finished them. So I'm gonna see what I got. And then I gotta start this new book. I gotta get off my ass and do a few things so I could keep the content coming. I'm trying to yeah, let me make sure I'm sub to your channel, boy. I'm pretty sure I.
No, I don't think you are. I don't think many people are. Because, you know, I didn't make a big fuss about it, but yeah, my channel got.
I know I am, because I remember you went live and I got an alert.
Uh-huh.
Let me see.
See, that's one of the things, you know, you don't only lose your channel when you get deleted by YouTube, but you also lose all the channels that you're subbed to, right? And I had like 1,000 channels that I was subbed to. Dude, that's painful. It's painful in many ways. But okay, thank you, Candy, for subbing. And Messa, welcome back on the ship.
Damn it, Void, didn't you just put... Oh, there it is. Yeah, I know all subs. All right, I know it.
Okay. Got that out of the way.
Yeah, like, I've had my channel for probably almost 8 years, maybe 7 and a half. I got 550 videos. Like, people say, how come you don't show your face? That goes to show people haven't watched my old videos in the beginning. I used to always show my face.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, some days I don't shave, you know, I don't get a haircut all the time. And it's like, why do I want to sit in front of a camera? You know, like, this ain't the news station.
Yeah, I mean, you have to have good lighting, a good camera angle, you know.
Yeah,
that's
true.
I care for these things, and I don't wish to do them, you know. So therefore I'm not on camera. I know how to do a good camera angle. I know how to do good lighting, but I'm not going to go through all that trouble just to start a live stream. Sorry, not sorry.
Damn, 15 years worth of content. Like,
yeah.
You know, one thing I respect that YouTube done, I used to complain that they would give you a strike and then they would just take your video down. They wouldn't tell you what it was for, and they wouldn't point out in the video. Now they show you what it's for, and I'm pretty sure you can go over the video now. They changed it, which
now after they eliminated everybody. yeah,
right. Yep.
Come on, you know, come on.
Because I got fed up. And I was like, this is crazy.
Yeah, that's
like,
yeah, come on.
They cleaned house. You know, I just don't, you know, it's you know what I've noticed too, like, and I like YouTube, don't get me wrong. I like the way it's set up. I'm used to it. And you know, just control. You can't say this, you can't say that. It's not professional. Da da da. Look, and I see it reminds me of the setup in China and shit. You know, like, and I'm starting to see a lot more. You know, like what's that Vemu or whatever it's called? They have a commercial like every 10 seconds on YouTube. That Chinese, they sells you all that crap cheap. I think it's Vemu or something like that. I wouldn't be surprised if China bought YouTube out. Like, nah, I doubt
Dude,
it.
it's
But
not China. It's not America. It's not Russia. Okay, it's not Jews. It's not Jesuits.
Europe. Who owns
That's-
YouTube?
Huh?
Who owns it? I'm gonna look into that.
Doesn't I mean, even if you know the name, so okay, so Big Baloney owns YouTube, and
Big baloney.
Big Baloney owns YouTube, and
That's funny.
and Shara Dingy owns Google. So where you
No,
gonna
it's
go?
not Shada Dingy. It's Allahu Akbar.
Oh, Allahu Akbar. Oh yeah. So Allahu Akbar. And so yeah, and so where are you gonna go from there? I mean, is it about that? No. So now you know the names and the addresses. Are you gonna go visit them? Are you gonna go?
Yeah, I
Hold them
am.
responsible, kill them, and so what's that gonna change? No, it's not about that. It's not about that. It's not about that. It's about something
Yeah,
else.
it is Timu. What are you doing today, B? What it is at work?
I'm working on the projects right now.
Did you ever dig in the street? Like use a backhoe and dig the pipes in the street, a broken water main?
No, I'm just a meter mechanic, so I don't have to.
Oh yeah, that's right. You did say that before. Okay.
Yeah, I don't have to deal with dirty water. I don't have to jump in the hole. I just deal with wrenches. But I've operated a backhoe before.
Those are fun. Me too.
It's
One,
crazy
I
the
did
amount
this.
of dirt you can move.
Well, one job. We were working on this lady's property. I forgot we were digging ditches to put in piping to drain water. She had this huge property, so we had to dig like this freaking ditch, but it had to go on. It wasn't a level ditch; it was an angled ditch, so the water could. And the idiot who did her roof buried like 70% of the shingles in their backyard. So I had to dig them up, and we used the backhoe, and it was a bitch. But yeah, backhoes are awesome. Once he showed me how to use it, I got the hang of it in about 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and he never got to sit in that seat again. I said, "Fuck that! I'm doing this."
It's like a big ass remote control car, and then the amount of dirt you can move, crazy. Dig a big ass hole real quick.
I was hooked. I said, "This is the type of job my lazy ass needs."
Yeah. I've been watching more YouTube videos on stoneworks, using excavators and tractors, putting big rocks into place. That's been real interesting.
No, I'm not shopping like no millionaire. I'm shopping like a brokey. I won't be broke for long.
Labor, right?
Huh?
Timu has stuff coming out of that the Uyghur re-education camp, right? I forget if they're
I
the
don't
one
know.
or...
But they sell stuff cheap, I'll tell you that. Timu. Like I was gonna buy a bunch of lasers. I might buy some stuff from there, but I've also heard people have ordered stuff and they never got their stuff, and they didn't get a refund either.
Yeah, a lot of those Glock switches came from that Chinese app as well. Shipped it right to the house.
Yeah, I'm gonna maybe buy some stuff off of Temu. Like, I'm thinking about investing in t-shirts, man, and just, I have to find out how can I create some, like, I have some ideas, but I want to create my own. I'm not a good drawer, so I'm gonna see if I could find a friend. Oh, damn. The friend I was thinking of passed away a few months ago. He was a good tagger. He was down with his tagging crew. I mean, his skills were fucking insane, man. This my friend could draw like, and spray paint like I've never seen. What does it say? It's Chinese garbage. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I erased the app right away. What do you mean malware? It'll just keep like sending you stuff? What's malware?
Yeah,
The
like
programming has a backdoor
bad
in it.
software, like malicious software.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I downloaded the app. I picked a bunch of stuff. They were going to give me like 20 bucks off or something. The first order of 50 bucks or more. So I was going to spend like 55 bucks and get $20 off. And then I said, I realized it was just shit from like, it reminded me of a dollar store, right? Cheap stuff. And you could tell if you're smart with the pictures. Like, how is this stuff dirt cheap? Oh, because it is exactly that, dirt cheap. And when they show their commercials for Temu and the stuff they're selling, yeah, it works in that commercial because they built it extra good for the commercial. But the stuff you get is nothing like the commercial. It's crap. You got bamboozled. But some of the stuff, like, they got hiking boots for 15 bucks. And they look good, but I can guarantee you when you get them, they're trash. But
yeah, I'm not even gonna order them.
Yeah, I changed my mind. I just wanted the lasers they had. One for my cat, and one, I want a really good laser for another reason. Well, I'll say what it was for what Hong Kong was using them for. But that's all I'm going to say.
I mean, do you like the dew in the morning? Are you gonna create some dew in the morning? Weaponizing just by yourself with just this one little laser and a mirror, magic mirror effect. I think that Charles is building a time machine here. You know, with this.
No way.
I know he's stuck up on some he's stuck up on sodium carbonate, dude. He's gonna combine the sodium carbonate with the laser and the magic mirrors, you know, in this magical position. I know he's up to something. He's up to something.
Damn, they gain control of your device.
Right?
Yeah. Like what I read the other day about Operation what was it called, man? Operation Pegasus. Pegasus was a program they could inject into your phone. And once they'll send you a text or an email, and you don't even need to click it. It said once it's in your phone, they're in. Like, this is the government. I had to mute you, B, because there's a lot of background noise, but you could unmute at any time. Anyway, there's a lot of background noise. I mean, what the hell am I talking about? The Pegasus, right? I was thinking about background noise. The Pegasus reminds me of the Patriot Act, where they explained that, you know, your emails and all this stuff, none of that's safe. They can go through all of it legally, right? And that's why I say they use events to implement law. And if people can't see that by now, it all lines up. If you look at it, all these shootings and stuff, they're implementing more laws off of that. And I wonder, do they pay these people to do this stuff, or do they somehow converse people to do it? I don't know. It's all theory, but they do implement more laws off of this stuff. And that's what happened after that September event. They militarized the police, because if you look at the police from 1999 and 98, they didn't look like a military. They were regular public servants. Now they look like a military force that are ready to step all over your so-called rights, which they do.
Yeah.
And think about this. I got one more to say. You know how lately they show all these videos of police, you know, doing unlawful stuff, like not respecting your so-called rights? I think it's all part of their plan.
People get wound up about it, right?
Yeah. Well, you know what they're doing that for? And they're telling the police, just do what you want. Because they're going to say, well, we're going to put robots in the streets. And they will know your rights because we'll program it in there. They won't be like these cops that disrespect your rights and this and that. They're going to use that to implement these robots. Watch, I'm telling you, they're going to say these robots.
No, it's to get you and I. It's to get the public. It's to get the audience used to being brutalized.
That too, but
that's why they're sending those pictures out in the open.
Because there's so many officers. Just the one guy, 3 days on the job, he sees a car that was hand painted in the parking lot, and he said, that's suspicious. So they blocked the car in because it was parked in a fucking handicapped parking spot backwards. And he said, it looks suspicious. So he checks the plate and the car is fine. So all they could do was give him a ticket for parking in a handicap. They went in the store and the guy ran. You know, why he ran, no one knows because he's dead. He got in his car and he went to drive away and the cop shot him. Yeah. Had no reason to shoot him. No. He made such a big deal off a fucking ticket. All he had to do was write the ticket.
He had a reason to shoot him because he was given that privilege.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why, I mean, do you know how stupid people are before they can become a cop? It's not smart people that become cops. You cannot even be close to being smart if you want to become a cop. So that's one of the how do you say that? The qualities that one has to attain as a cop is being quite stupid, you know, almost retarded. That's what you have to be as a cop.
Well, that's the problem, Marcel. Yeah, they do that, but there's going to be a law that they're implementing now. They got in New York, they already got, I think, a robot out there. And if you touch the robot or damage it, you'll be charged with attempted murder on a cop or something with a cop. You'll be charged with hurting a police officer. So now the robot is going to be like, you'll catch the same charges as touching a human officer. It's crazy.
That's not yet the case. But that's why this trans agenda is making is being projected so deeply upon society. This whole LGBTQ, LGS, whatever thing. It's all about the T, about the transhuman. That's what it's all about. But these laws are already actually in place. But
that's going to be tomorrow's live.
No, these laws are actually already in place for the robots. Robots already have human rights. Okay?
That's going to be tomorrow's live stream, boy.
Yeah.
But you could talk about it now. I'm just saying.
What they need to do is to convince the public that should be so. But the laws are already in place.
So my take on that is we will lose our human rights when we cross the threshold into transhumanism and robotics.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, these people want to
It's all or
fully
nothing.
enslave us.
It's all or nothing, B. You know, it's we're. I mean, Plan A failed. Plan B failed. It's all or nothing now. You know, it's all
Well,
or
just
nothing.
get the jab, change your status as a person to non-human, get your social credit score,
And
get
you'll
your
be
palm
fine.
scanner, and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
if you want to take the hard path and swim
agreed.
upstream, and you protect your right to breed and live, and then pass on a legacy, well, then we do have inalienable rights, which are protected through law. But also, there's law that you can protect your private property in the forms of livestock. So we need to know the full game so we're able to play most beneficial to our persons. I'm betting you don't want to be cattle. I'm betting you want to be a more free person.
Right.
So if you don't want to be cattle, don't get, don't change your DNA, don't change your status, be a person, live a personable life. But if you want to be a robot, well, then participate more in AI, swipe more, engage more with the electronics, and then just integrate it into your palm.
Ask ChatGPT to do your art for you. You know,
That's
just
right.
give him some keywords, and I mean, yeah, just do it. Do it.
Candy says, just like the government phones they sent out for free, trackers in them for sure, just like all the devices. And I remember when Obama phones came out, and I know how much phones were expensive at that time, and I said, damn, they're giving out free phones for people on state. And I said, man, all these free phones are given out, and I thought right away, I see. I've taken apart these government phones. They're a dime a dozen. They're everywhere, and I found some weird stuff in some of them, man. I've taken them apart and compared them, and there's stuff in those phones that are not in the phones you buy from the store. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just bugging. I have it in my other room. I saved all the stuff that I took out.
Not really surprising, but yeah.
It's just a way for you to contract with the corporation of the United States.
Yeah. Because I don't care if you got an Apple phone, an iPhone, a fucking toe phone. That shit don't matter, man. They could get into anything. You don't think these people that sell this stuff, they have the blueprint to build all this stuff. You don't think they slip something in there to where they'll tell you, oh, no one could hack into this if, these phones are safe. Bullshit. They definitely put something in there to where they're able to get in with no problem.
China tells us they put that feature in their software, but then they say, oh, but we promise we won't use it. Google tells us that they can see any of our information. Facebook sells our information. We know these things. Now it's the calls to action, how to break minimum contact with those parasitic entities, and how do we live organically with Wi-Fi? Because we shouldn't have to be slaves just for Wi-Fi. We should be able to organically have Wi-Fi amongst ourselves privately.
That is true. I agree with that. Michigander said Osama phones took fingerprint and DNA. Now, that is something I didn't think of till just now. Because they do have the fingerprint option on your phone. Just think of all the people that never been arrested. Oh, they don't have my fingerprints. Yes, they do. You put it into your phone. They got it now. I didn't think of that. That's a good one. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Now, how could they take people's DNA? That's my next thought. I don't know if phones do that, but I know they got mine. And I'm pretty sure if you went to the hospital with the 96 vials they take from you, no, it's more like 5. What do you need 5 full vials of my blood for, right? Don't you need just a little drop or half a vial? They sit there and take 5 full vials. And I had a friend that was real crazy about that. He was in the hospital, and they took his blood and they left it on the table. And he took the vials and put them in his pocket. And the nurse came and to get him and said, "Where's your vials?" And he said, "Oh, someone else came and got them." And he didn't want them to have his blood, which I thought he was nuts back then. This was like in 2008. And he had told me, every time I have to go to hospital, I do that.
It's probably because he has a particular kind of blood that they don't tell him, but it's very rare kind of blood, and so they will take more, because usually it's just 2 vials of blood that they take, maybe 3. That's it. They never take 5 vials of blood.
When I go, it's like, well, I could be I know it's more than 2. I know it's like 3 or 5, somewhere around there when I go. And I asked the lady, "Why do you need so much blood?" And she says, "Because we needed to run multiple tests." And I'm thinking, you only need a drop.
You just need a minute amount to run a test.
Yeah. And I'm like, what? So, where's all this excess? You know what I think they do? They use 1 vial or a vial and a half for testing, maybe a vial, and they sell the rest. I would not put it past the hospital to take
you could
3 extra vials and sell them.
And another for making sure the testing is, it's just not a one-off. And so you need the second one to, so you could do 2 tests or 3 tests, so there's a reason for taking that much blood, or for taking 2 leaves of blood or 2 vials of blood, but 5, no.
How about we all chipped, like potato chips? I want to talk about something, but I don't know how I could talk about it. I got to speak in code. I was talking to Native about this. Native Michigan, Ojibwe.
Yeah.
And I was telling him, because he sent me a picture of when they were spraying in the sky, you could see the reflection of the spray. And I've showed pictures of that. The line is got a line above it. It's like a reflection of the light. Yeah. And I was telling him about Mr. Gateway, if people know who I'm talking about. I don't want to say his name. The Gates of Hell guy. And I have a video of him talking to the CIA right before, well, no, actually it was probably 2002 or maybe earlier, of creating an aerosol spray type of Jabuski, and they used it allegedly in the Middle East and it did something to the brain. I have the video, but I can't play it because one day I'll play it again. I've played it in the past and just erased it, but I hope I still got it. I hope I didn't get rid of that video. I had found it on the internet one time, and was it from YouTube? And I had downloaded it, and I knew they were gonna eliminate that video quick, so I downloaded it. So, if he invented that, every time I look up and see that shit, I'm like, well, what are they really putting in that? People just think metals and stuff, and I think further. I'm like, nah, there's got to be more to it.
Yeah.
There's got to be more to it, man. Like, they could put it in our water or food. Why would they have to do it that way? So, I don't know. There's so many theories out there. I'm the type of person, I wanted some hardcore evidence. That's why I want to get a water tester of my own. I want to get something that can show me what's in the drinking water. I don't know where to buy them. I know you could get a pool tester, but that's different. That's check. Well, no, actually, you could use the pool tester because it'll tell you if there's chlorine or bleach in your water.
Yeah, I think that.
Peace, look within.
I mean, you can use all water testers, whether you use a pool tester or whatever. It will give you a result. It might not give you result for what for drinking water, but it will give you a result for pool water. So that's also a result that you can read out.
Well, Be What It Is told me, I think, before I forgot of how to do it. I should have wrote it down. Because Be What It, he works for a water company, and
Right.
Look Within says they're about $20 for 2 to 7 phase tests at Walmart. Does anyone know the Walmart symbol is the Star of David, or the 2 triangles put together, which is the man and woman, the 6-pointed star? I had put that in one of my short videos. I just threw the picture in there. I had put the Walmart sign, and then right after it, I had drew the symbol. I connected the Walmart things. And that's the same markings that are on these bore machines. In the front it has the Walmart symbol on them. Because if people don't know, Walmart has contracts with the government.
You don't say.
Those are for those that don't know. Most people know that. I try to find a PDF that shows these contracts, because I'm curious to what these things would say, you know, like it just blows my mind from the 90s to now how much the government has bamboozled people, and how much more have they started controlling everything, and people are just fine with it. There's no rebel, no stink about anything.
Do you know why? Do you know why? Because, dude, I mean, we're all able to get a fucking pineapple. It's like quite an exotic fruit. It's quite an exotic fruit in my mind, okay, in my culture. A pineapple. I can buy a pineapple for 2 ducats, okay? 2 fucking ducats.
All year round.
All year round. How the fuck is that possible, dude? That's
GMO.
No, dude, no, that's not because GMO. That's because of other structures. But if you think about those structures, how is it possible that I can buy a fucking pineapple for 2 ducats?
They're probably growing it underground.
No,
in a greenhouse.
No, it's not.
That's why I'm okay with globalism. I like
Right.
pineapples. I like a lot of tropical fruits, but where
I like
live,
coffee.
it doesn't.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I like a global economy. The main issue that we always fall away from is we need better masters.
Yeah.
That's all it is. If we give all the profits to them, they don't need to touch our little children. They need to reinvest back into infrastructure, back into their kingdom. They don't need to buy billion-dollar yachts and touch little kids on them. No, we just need better masters.
Wow, that's a new take on it. I like it.
Well, I like it better.
That's refreshing.
I
now
like
I'm
it
happy
better.
to pay my taxes, B.
All our tax money goes into their pockets or into bombs and shit. But
or they take your children.
Yeah.
I like
but
it.
I like it better, boy, when fruit was seasonal. I like it better like that, because back then it was real fruit. It wasn't seedless garbage that they sell. It's like buying a China toy compared to it's like comparing a Matchbox car to one of them dollar store plastic China cars. You know, a Matchbox car will last you 70 years when you play with it. A China plastic toy will break in 2 seconds. That's like comparing a seasonal real fruit with seeds in it compared to a seedless fruit. It's like, it's not, I don't know. To me, it's like,
Yeah, the exotic thing should be a treat for yourself. It should be a lot more used a lot more sparingly, whereas the fruit you're talking about would be outside of your front door.
That's it, dude. And when I want to buy the fruit that's actually, you know, like blueberries, which should be abundant, you know, growing. If I want just a handful of blueberries, it will cost me 3 ducats. 3 ducats. And when I want to buy a pineapple, It's 2 ducats. Like, what? So that has to come from all the way from over the ocean, from another land, has to be cut, and has to be grown for way longer than a blueberry grows. And a blueberry grows in my own country, and 1 hand of blueberries is 3 ducats, and a pineapple is 2 ducats. That's weird. That's weird. That is, I mean, how I cannot explain that, but only when you study economics and you know all the rules and the subsidies and the regulations and the taxations and the agreements and the international and interoceanal agreements. It's so crazy.
That's exactly it. If you put red tape on local free resources, it always becomes more expensive than it should be. And then it gets in the way of the more luxurious options we have. So why, I mean, the handful of blueberries should be free. You go out and pick it rather than to waste infrastructure space on a natural product that's right outside of your door. When, like you said, pineapples should be subsidized, and then we would have access to them.
No, but that's the reality that we're living in. Pineapples are subsidized to, way beyond. I mean, a pineapple, to get it here, must cost about at least 4 or 5, 6, 7 ducats. Must cost at least that per one, just per one. But somehow I'm able to they are able to get it here for just 1 ducat. That's the reality of it. But it costs way more than 1 ducat to get a pineapple to your or my supermarket. You can't tell me that it's actually economically viable to sell a pineapple to any supermarket for 1 ducat and 20 cents. That's absolutely impossible. It's impossible, but it happens. It happens. It happens all around the world every day.
I was reading a chat about there's a train wreck that happened. I think I have an idea of what you're talking about, Look Within. I don't. I most stay in my lane. Like, I go to people's live streams. Like if Foy had one and he dropped the link, I would go, or Sir Drop, or certain people, like, or people that come here that are about building and having a good time. But all that other nonsense, man, I don't want arguments and all that shit. There's so many channels on here that are about all that shit, name calling and attacking each other. Like, imagine if people could put that energy, on lifting each other up. You know how powerful we could be if we just put all the cocky pock bullshit aside and worked as a unit to uplift each other. Fuck the government.
Fuck the government. Fuck
that's
the
only
government.
In a dream.
Fuck the government. Fuck the government. Fuck.
Yeah,
fuck,
I'm gonna make a shirt that says FTG, and in the back it'll say fuck the government, but in the front it'll say FTG. Just so it won't hurt people's feelings. You have to have your back turned.
I mean,
so
imagine living in a world where you cannot even say that.
Yeah, it's coming to that if people ain't careful.
We are already there. I mean, for the last 3 years. Benny
True.
Wills,
to an extent, we are.
Excellent poem, which was called "Fuck the Government." Fuck the government. Fuck the government. And I mean, it was eliminated. It was fucking scrubbed from the internet because that's how good it was. You can't even say that. Imagine these sorry characters that make up the government. Oh no, you can't say that you hate me. Oh, I'm in power. You could say that you hate me. I mean, it's I don't even want to think.
Yeah, I haven't been to. I have Bex's I have her alert thing on, but I haven't been over there. Like, she hasn't come here, so I don't know. I mostly stay in my lane. You know, I try to support other people. I have respect for everyone, but that's one reason why I stay in my lane is because I don't want. There's so much division as it is, and some people act like, well, oh well, you know, you talk to this person, I don't like that person, so fuck you. You know, like they'll involve you into their problems, and
Yeah.
like I don't get that, man. Like I have nothing to do with that.
I
But
like it. I like the way you put that. You know, you're gonna stay in your lane. Yeah, I like the way.
That's the way of the wandering warrior. Like, we're just out here trying to privateer. We're not trying to sell our souls to anybody.
like I wander around in real life. You know, not on the internet. I don't wander around too much to other people's lives, but I'm always when I'm on the bus or I always try to speak to someone about stuff. And to tell you the truth, 96% of the people will change the subject or walk away. I've noticed it, man. When you start trying to speak some real shit, or you know, and I don't just jump into it right away. I'll talk to them for a minute and it'd be like, hey man, if you looked into, and right away, man, they either change the subject, don't want to hear it, walk away, or you know, it's once in a while I'll meet someone that's on, you know, with their eyes open and are truly can hold a conversation with them. And it's like how can I put it? It's like meeting someone you haven't seen in 20 years. You're like, woohoo! You know, you're so happy you finally got a like-minded person to speak to in real life, you know. You know, I've tried to talk to people about looking up ingredients in their foods, especially my friends who have children. They think I'm crazy, you know, and all they got to do is look the shit up. It's that simple. You don't believe me, don't listen to me, do it yourself. But nope, they write me off as crazy, and they say, why would the government do that to us?
They immediately turn into an agent of the Matrix. There's definitely a mental switch in the general population's brain. When you get too close to hot topics like that, they'll just fall into a delusion, pre-programmed thought process. They'll just go down their own rabbit hole to lock themselves back into a taxation structure.
Yeah, that's not called a rabbit hole. That's called how do you call that? The ostrich head in the sand. You know,
Head in the sand, yes.
Head in the sand. Yeah.
Usually it's the opposite for me. When I drop buzzwords and I catch somebody's eyes, I look around to see if I'm getting set up.
You pull your head out of the sand, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Wait a minute. You guys heard me? What?
Yeah.
Who the hell are you guys? Am I in danger? Why do you know these things?
I like it. Yeah. Yeah.
You know how many times I say, man, fuck this shit. I had enough, man. I'm done. I'm about to fall back. One time I fell back for a month, but my inner self always pulls me back in. One day I'm like, fuck this shit, man. I had enough. And my inner self be like, stop being a bitch, right? And I end up not being able to, you know, I just want to give up sometimes, but I don't know what it is, man. I never go through with it. I always get pulled back in by my higher self. Like grabs me up and smacks me. Bitch, wake up.
Yeah, same thing here, because my higher self knows that my lower self doesn't own a gun. You know, otherwise I would just have done it.
Huh. No, boy, no.
Don't do it, boy. No, no. Just kidding.
Marcel, I'm surprised Marcel, you don't make videos, man. Marcel has a lot of good information. He sends me a lot of good stuff. As a matter of fact, I know I'm backed up on. I gotta check my Telegram, look into a lot of stuff. There's always great stuff on there, and Marcel has a lot of good knowledge on you know, in his country it's different than here, but it's kind of the same concept of, you know, there's so much they don't teach people and loopholes in the system. And there's ways to buy back, you know, I want to get my original birth certificate, if that's even possible, and burn that shit. I have copies, and I have the one that's stamped, because I had lost my birth certificate, and then I had to go to the city I was born in, to the city hall, and buy the fucking thing, which is just a copy. It looks like the original, but it's a copy. Well, happy birthday, Look Within. Imagine being born on Christmas, you know, to all them families out there that gotta buy, they'll be like, oh, this is your birthday present and Christmas present. You.
Oh, you're gonna feel so fucking duped. Like, what?
Yep. Yeah, my birthday changes. I was born on Easter Sunday. I used to think I was special. All right, I was born on Easter Sunday, woohoo! And then I realized
another.
it's all cocky pock, that holiday.
So what is your birthday? Yeah. 4/12?
No, 4/19.
4/19.
Yeah, I wanna find a way, like, I don't know. I hear positive stuff about being a sovereign citizen, and then I hear the negatives on it.
No. You shouldn't say sovereignty.
Agreed.
Well,
that's like, how do you say that? Impossibility, like a verbal impossibility. You cannot be a citizen and be sovereign at the same time.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I hear good things about being sovereign, and then I hear negative things, and people say you should stay a citizen. Yeah. Don't be sovereign. That's what I meant to say. You're right. It's different. But
if you have a standing army and lands that produce agricultural resources, it would be a good idea to be sovereign. But if you don't have a standing army that can protect you all by your sovereign lonesomeness, that would be pretty scary, to not be able to use the police and not have men at arms around you.
Well, not necessarily scary, but that would be,
be dangerous.
A lot of rich people are
you're
sovereign.
Always in danger, you know, whether you're under protection or not. You know, either the protection can be fake too. So, but you're in a more finite situation. You know, it's like, not scary. It's a more finite situation.
Right,
you know,
that's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
People say, if shit hits the fan, I'll just go take from the rich. And I tell people, yeah, you're more liable to get your shit blown off fucking with the rich. They push buttons in their house and it goes doo, and they got a whole arsenal. Fuck around with the rich, you have your nuggets split off. I keep thinking you're just gonna run up in their shit like it's nothing. Those are people with arsenals. big as the Marines.
AR-15s are under $500 a piece. You could have an armory of 10 AR-15s for $5,000.
Woo!
Yeah.
One in each hand. Yeah.
One for each of your good friends. For the price of a cheap commuter car, you could have a small standing fire team.
Nice.
In America. Second Amendment.
What would you rather have? A little army of 10 trained, well-fit, people that can kick ass, or would you rather have 500 dipshits with guns in their hand?
I would rather have just my bazooka and my Uzi and the guys that I trained with in the army.
So 500? There's the ability to have 500 souls in my book. I'm going to take 400 of those, till the field, and then take 100 and kill 90 to find the best 10. So I'll have both, basically.
I don't know what I would do. I just asked the question. I don't know what would be better.
Well, you got some answers there.
Because
300 Spartans are better than whoever else.
Yeah, but to think about that, 300 Spartans are well-trained warriors that were bred for that shit. They were raised to fight.
Those
compared
guys
to
are
300
gay,
dipshits.
But that doesn't matter.
Screw all that.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
Fuck that. No, we need the gay people in the army. Yeah.
I'm not thinking. I'm just saying these people were bred to fight. So if you got 300 dipshits versus 1,000, you got 1,000 dipshits versus 300 warriors bred to kill. Man, them 300 are gonna smoke those 1,000.
Yeah, they didn't teach that part about war in school, to where most of them were peasants with wooden weapons up against the nobility who trained since birth with high quality steel.
Who's the Malachians?
Yeah, but that's just
Malachians. I know Moloch.
Yeah, right. Malarkey. That's just a bunch of malarkey. That kind of history.
No, Malachians. Look within said the Luciferians are turning on the Malachians, which are the people who believe in Moloch. I don't know.
No, but I don't think it's like that people with like the best kind of steel had to fight the people with the poorest kind of wood. I don't think it's like that. I don't think that's how history went down. I don't like they were fighting with swords of wood against how do you call them, the samurai swords, katana.
So it's mostly like farming implements.
Yeah.
They didn't have the money to, because swords are really expensive, so they wouldn't have the capital to invest in weapons, whereas the nobility have the capital to invest in farming implements and weapons.
Yeah. True.
But that's ultimately the game, is have a sharper beak and sharper claws than the other people. Let them get big and fat during the spring and the summer, and then come harvest time, you go in with your sword and you take all the profits.
Peace, you know who. Come on, faceplant. I hope you got a good signal.
Yesterday I heard what O'Leary's cow is, but I forgot. So what is O'Leary's cow again?
Oh, O'Leary. I forgot too. You had said something about that.
It's the energy weapons.
No.
Yeah, it had to do with.
You mean the cow farts? Those are the cow farts that produce climate change. That's the energy.
Right.
But that's that's not just O'Leary's cows. That's everybody's cows. So what's wrong with O'Leary's cow?
So
the cow jumped over the moon.
That one kicked the lantern over to start the fires.
Oh
yeah, there you go. Yup. You're right.
That started the London. Was it the London, or was it in London?
London or Chicago?
Oh, Chicago.
It was a long 30 minutes. I'll go to 4 hours. I was gonna end it at what? About dang, I said that an hour ago. I told you. It's all right. I'll
Yeah,
go
I
to
told
4
you so.
hours. Fuck it.
I warned
Cause
you. That's
you
not
know
gonna
who
happen.
came.
Yeah.
You know who came, and it's all good. I could delay it.
Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you missed the early part. You know who, man. When we were talking about, I did about an hour and 20 minutes about the Cabbage Patch Kids and the orphan trains and all that. It was good, man.
What's up, Flandria? You're coming in very low on the volume.
Oh, really?
Oh no, it's
Oh,
okay.
Oh, maybe I was just talking slowly, silently. Sorry. Heard you guys
shit.
talking about the guns.
Oh yeah.
Just like Arnold in the movies. You know, when they fuck with his daughter, he just goes to his shed and he just opens up like his arsenal and he just fucking destroys the entire world.
It's a screw your feet up.
Just like what Charles said with two fucking like what's it, M60s in his hands, like one in each hand.
Yeah.
Rambo style.
Yeah. I would love to do that. Go to a range and just let off. Bah, 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 bah. Has anyone seen those huge guns? When that thing lets off, it blows smoke up off the ground. I mean dust. This thing. It's like the bullets are like the size of my fucking boot. Like my 11 size shoe. Fucking the bullets. And you put them in
No,
this
you mean
thing.
like an armored piercing sniper rifle or something?
Yeah, that it's huge though. To lift it
No,
up.
You need a tank for that. You can
Is that
shoot
like an
that.
M90 or something?
You
Yeah.
can shoot
No. Yeah, the guy shot it. He picked it up. He struggled, but he was shooting. It was like boom, boom. It was fucking dust everywhere. I mean, that thing was oof.
No, you
That thing.
can't shoot a 50 caliber. No, that's just
Yeah, sounds like a Barrett 50.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I'll download the video and show it next time. A
I
50
know it was a
cal.
horrible governor. I know
I
it
just-
was a horrible governor.
I just
you
watched
can't
the
have them in
video.
California.
Listen.
Governor of California.
I watched a video of a guy was on Joe Rogan, and he served time in the Middle East, and he said he shot a 50 cal, and it annihilated half of the person, and their top half was annihilated, and their two legs took two more steps and fell over. Then he said he seen where he was shooting, and the bullet missed, but it was about I forgot how many feet from the person, and it missed him, but just the strength of that bullet, like ripped an arm off,
Yeah.
and it missed. You know,
It's
so
a Barrett M82. That's the one I was looking for.
Yeah.
Your audio is still very.
Really? I
Yeah,
didn't change
no,
anything.
no, it's fine to me.
challenging. You're a challenging audio. It's like
Uh,
full of
sounds.
It's full of reverb, but not your voice.
What? Huh?
Yeah.
That's
It sounds
Charles.
fine to me.
Not me.
It ain't me.
Somebody's like having some background. See, I hear myself.
Oh,
talking.
it is me.
Somebody's-
It is. It's because other people came in. I could change that. Hold on. I know what to do. So I've had this problem before. Watch.
I'm gonna.
And there
watch
we
that.
go.
I need to listen. So how is it?
It's
now?
gone. Speak now. You know who.
Test.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. You're a magician. Such a professional, Charles, isn't he? Charles is such a professional. He just knows how to fix it.
99.
Yeah.
millimeter. That's like a 99 millimeter bullet.
Yeah, this guy, to lift it up, he had to kind of like use lever. Like he had to bend backwards a little bit to hold it up, but it's definitely meant to have a tripod, but people like to show off and, you know, oh, I could hold that. It's a big fucking gun. Definitely made to pierce armor. And if you got hit with that thing, it would destroy you.
Yeah, it's an anti-materiel rifle.
If you got a 50 cal and it just goes by you and it'll take your arm off,
They're
man,
designed to shoot things, not people. They're designed to go through the Hummer. They're designed to blow off tank tracks. That's what anti-materiel as opposed to anti-personnel. Like that gun is big enough to break shit.
yeah, blow holes in buildings and go through brick.
That's why in California they say it'll shoot down the helicopters, so you can't have them. Like there were some pot growers that shot down a helicopter up in the Emerald Triangle.
Havoc will do. Havoc will do.
Peace to Mami Chula or Rebecca, and peace to Mr. Super Sidewinder. I love some of these people's names, man.
Whoever that may be. I mean, who is that even? Mr. Super Sidewinder. I think he probably plays the harmonica or something. Sorry.
Faceplant, you got any service or what, man? Nothing. Damn. And he had good service for a while over the summer, and now it's all gone. Because I remember he had this problem for a while, and then he had a good run for a few months, and now it's back to the wow.
There's channels on YouTube that like try to find the most legal gun.
I've seen people take black pipe, which is using gas pipe, the heavy, thick, like piping they use for gas, and black pipe, and they would take a piece, put like a pin needle on one end of the pipe, and then somehow like drop the bullet in there and holding the pipe. I thought the pipe would definitely blow up, probably a different caliber, and then just connect the pipes together, like one smaller, you know, like putting it together, and it'd be like bah, and it would shoot like a shotgun. Just 2 pipes, that's it. And I'm like,
slam fire zip gun,
homemade, man. You know, talk about MacGyver. I'll make my own gun. 2 pipes and a needle or a nail. I'll get you.
You can get 3D printed guns without any iron in them at all these days.
Yeah, but they will only last you once.
Well, not long, but you know, probably long enough to kill somebody, right?
Well, no. I mean, it doesn't work like in the movies.
No, but I've seen.
It's not guns. Like if you
can
shoot
a magazine without the gun breaking.
It's not that people think that it's like in the movies that when you shoot a bullet at somebody that you hit him and in the right place and that he dies, but it's not like that.
Yeah, but if your blood pressure drops, you're going down either way.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you hit somebody with a bullet, you know, he's most likely to go down sooner than you are, but you know, that's not reality. You know, you have to. Usually, it's useful to have several bullets.
You know? Yeah, but you got printed guns that have an entire magazine of bullets.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. I didn't know that.
Without even the barrel isn't made of steel or anything. It's like the strongest plastic you can find.
Oh, yeah. I think you can find strong plastics that will last that long. Yeah, for a few bullets in a row. Yeah. Yeah.
Plus, it's not that it's not gonna be detectable, and it even shoots like plastic bullets. Some of them you can use real bullets, but
Damn. I had just showed. Anyway, my mic was off, I think. But
What you've been showing?
I put it away. I just pulled out from the Stizash.
this ash.
It's a good thing your camera's not on.
No, it was. If you rewind it, you'll see it.
There's some pretty good air-powered guns out there. Yeah.
Shit, you could get a 44 Smith & Wesson, and those fucking things will definitely detach one of your limbs. They're like a snub-nose Smith & Wesson 6-shot. If you're in close range warfare, that thing would detach a limb for sure and do some serious damage. But handguns nowadays are pretty much, and if you're not in close range war, they're useless. What are you gonna do? If someone's got 6 clips filled, you know, I mean, you're fucked. What do you,
So
you know?
in America, handguns are the primary weapon of the war we're in, and usually they walk up at night from behind and only utilize one bullet.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
I mean, the fake wars overseas that's used to oppress people, well, that's different.
Well, I would say, you know, if you're slick, you know, there's a lot of night vision today too. So you got to use, you ever see those fire blankets? Those things stop night vision from seeing you. So I was thinking maybe I should make like, get a whole bunch of fire blankets and like make a outfit out of it, right? And make some gloves and a mask just to cover my whole body. And then night vision.
That way.
Huh?
The drones, you hide from drones that way. Mylar blankets.
Mylar drones, dude. Mylar drones. We need Mylar drones.
They don't really need bullets anymore to kill you, though. They can just
Hell
send like a
no.
swarm of mini drones, blast a hole
Maybe.
through your wall, just fucking blow your head up.
Yeah.
Well, I know in the Middle East they were using some laser tech on. I caught some videos years ago of it. They were using like these laser. Even people from the Middle East said they were using technology on them. You know, it wasn't just bombs and shit. The government was trying different stuff. You know, that's what they do.
Yeah, if they genocide you, they want to make a profit out of it as well. That's just how they are, you know. It's like, oh, we need to get rid of some people. Let's try out some new weaponry and see what happens. I guess that's the way they think. Sickening, I know, but you know.
Yeah, they just roll off a new product, and test it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like all these idiots who go on camera and they're, you know, they're not even legally able to bear arms. And they're on camera just flossing with no mask, open face, just holding their, like, what dummies some people are. Like, you just told on yourself. And now they know what you look like. You don't think there's cameras on every street corner? People be like, oh, but they don't know where I'm at. It won't take much to find you. They could use face recognition on Facebook. They'll connect it. They'll find you.
Have you ever heard of Li-Fi?
Li-Fi?
Anybody ever heard of it?
Yeah, it's
Is
about
that the LiDAR through Wi-Fi?
No,
it's
yeah.
about the biofield.
Basically, any LED light that currently exists can be used as a basically a camera of sorts. It can basically
LiDAR.
no Li-Fi. So basically, any
It's like
you can
any
light
like you
source,
said,
but
any
LED
light source that's
lights.
LED, it can be used as a prolongation of the Wi-Fi signal.
No, that's not even it. It can basically scan a room that the light source is in and
Yeah.
see what is going on inside. It can create an image, basically a 3D image of what that room looks like, and see what is moving in. It can basically register anything, I guess, except for sound, any movement, the layout.
But that's you can also read that actually from any. You don't even actually need. It's easier to read that if you have a router in your room, but you can also do that with just the electrical outlets in every room. So
Well,
it's less defined, it's less defined, but you can actually work out where there's life in the room and where there's no life in the room. But with the Wi-Fi router, you can actually see how the life in the room is moving. So this actually was possible 50 years ago too.
probably, this is just something that they've been trying to bring out to the public.
Yeah.
Has anyone heard of LiDAR?
AI.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's used, it's supposed to be used with AI. AI can basically scan everything that's going on. They already know what's going on inside before they even enter.
Mr. Superside One says that all EMF can do that. So he actually
there is
right?
plenty of technology that is capable.
Yeah.
This is just one of them,
Mm-hmm.
You ever heard of LiDAR, where they spray this stuff? They could spray it on a bunch of trees in the jungle, and then and then they use this like technology, and they could see what's under the trees. Maybe they're spraying this stuff everywhere from the planes, and it'll be used to see everything. I don't know. LiDAR. Yeah, it does kill vegetation. That's the downside. They don't tell you that though. You see all the idiots who use it made me laugh, man. People that use weed killer, karma got them back for killing all the bugs and Mother Earth. They ended up getting the C, the CANCER.
Dude, I did use that detergent once, and I didn't know what I was using. But I read, like, the guy gave it to me. He said, you should use this. I read it like, wow, dude. At first I put on like gloves before I took on the can. And like, wow, dude, this is some toxic stuff, dude. I said, I don't really agree, with putting this on plants, to be honest, but I will do it. And then later on, I read into it. I was like, wow, I actually bred in that stuff. I actually used that stuff. I felt so guilty. And I informed the guy that told me to use it. I said, dude, this is what you're actually using. Said, will you please stop ever using this? I'm ashamed for having used it. Okay, so yeah. What's it called? Glyphosate, right? Glyphosate.
Okay, so Rumbus, that's like a automatic vacuum cleaner. Yeah, it can also
Roomba.
I've never heard of that. Rumbas.
I had to look it up, but it's a small, like a automatic vacuum cleaner.
Roomba.
Yeah, apparently. So, but they can also scan like any interior. They got plenty of stuff going that they can connect to and see what's going on everywhere. Listen to every word you say. But that's not even enough for them. They want to know what you're thinking as well.
Right?
That's the next level.
Yep.
They want to
They say, yeah, we can stop a criminal before it happens.
It's
Yeah, that's their
because
excuse. Sounds good.
they can stop you from speaking the truth, but they cannot, stop you from thinking the truth, and that's still an issue for them because
Right?
their entire,
point.
their entire thing is based on lies. They have no
But
truth.
that's my point, man. Until we step up and do something about it, this shit's they're never gonna stop. I tell people think one day it's just someone's gonna come and save everything. These people are never gonna stop.
Dude,
They're
they
just
want to
gonna
put
keep
these
tightening
people
that
want to
noose,
put me
man.
in jail because they attacked me. They want to put me in jail because they attacked me, and
Of course.
and I just tell them, if you're gonna put me in jail, you're just gonna get me in more trouble and yourself too. You shouldn't want to do that. I mean, these people are just beyond insane. You can't reason with these people.
Nope. They're never gonna
Can't
stop.
reason with these people. These people are, how do you say it? Like, these people are chosen for a reason because they're insane. They have no morality. Yeah,
No morality. Yeah.
they have no morality.
They
There
look
is
at
none.
other beings as being
That's why they
inferior
can
to them.
follow. That's why they can follow an order that makes no sense. Kill that man. Why? That doesn't matter. Just kill him. Okay, I'll kill him.
like
That's
you,
what's
like
wrong.
you know who said
That's
yesterday.
That's what's wrong with these people. That's what's wrong with these people. Okay.
If a deity fell from the sky or they heard a voice in their head and they said, "I'm Jehovah" or "I'm Jesus," and I order you to kill this child, they'll do it. They have no morals. They won't.
Kill him.
Okay.
Finish him.
That's actually like the story of the Bhagavad Gita about Arjuna. He basically gets ordered by Shiva to destroy his brothers and his nephews and his family members, and he's like, oh, he doesn't understand why that's necessary, And Shiva's like, oh, what is this weakness? What is this weakness?
That's where the Bhagavad Gita starts, right? Because that is where you start. Yeah, it's a very important. I'm glad you point that out.
That conversation at the beginning is like that gives you an insight into the mind of the devil, really.
Yeah.
It's like, it's because of I don't know what he calls it exactly, but he says like, it's necessary, and it's like, Arjuna is like, why if the search for enlightenment is the most important thing in life, then why is this necessary?
Let me ask a question. All right? So this devil character, right? The evil side of people. What makes I always question what makes people like just want to do evil shit and what pulls that out of them? Like, is it a fixation? Do they get something out of it? Do they just love being devious and evil and lying and hurting people?
First answer that comes to mind, Charles, is hurt people.
It's the delusion of authority that creates this.
No, but
they get a fixation out of it.
But there's something, I hear what you're saying there, but there's something that lies deeper into the root of that, and that's because they've been authorized. They've been authorized, rather. Because people have been authorized.
That's just an excuse that they use to do what they wanted to do anyway,
Yeah.
So lion and the gazelle, right? The lion isn't evil. The lion technically is an agent of the destroyer and gains power from that. Whereas the gazelle is more of an agent of the creator, eats grass, builds up muscle protein, and then the lion comes in and harvests that resource as an agent of the destroyer, puts it out its back end for it to be built up again.
Well, there is a natural way of things, but humanity is anything but natural,
I just think, like, me personally, when I was younger, I used to think like, you know, I had people that say, like, I used to watch and read about cases, and they'll say the devil made me do it, right? Or, you know, and you know, I just think they use that as like an excuse, um, to not take responsibility for what they've done. You know, they thought it up. Their evil, devious side of their self, their evil side, their darker side, overpowered, you know, if they even had any good side, or they were raised like that, and that's all they know is to do fucking evil shit to people. It's almost like training an animal. Me, I just, you know, I know people say the devil's not one person and blah blah blah. I think the devil's in everybody. And when I say devil, I don't mean a horned individual. I mean just everyone has a bad side, or a dark side, a rebellious side, or I don't know, whatever fucking word people want to use. People, you know, like when someone pisses you off, you just want to punch their face off. There's that inner voice that says, do it. And then, you know, people with morals will think, you know, as you get older, like when you're younger, I would just punch someone in the face. But as I get older, I think, is it really worth it? You know, unless they really deserve it. So, you know, me, I'm the type of person, where is this devil? I want to see this devil, man. Where? We need to just hold these evil people accountable, man. And I'm being nice when I say lock them up, because I could say worse things. But to exit them out of life is just too easy. That means they got away free, you know? They won't be able to think about what they've done, or sit in a cell and rot, and really put them in a cell with nothing. No pencil, no paper, no TV, no nothing. And I guarantee you, they'll come out a different person.
And that's funny that you say that, because that's exactly what will happen to them, but not in a physical way. They will spend a time after this place ends. They'll just spend some time in timeout, where they'll only have themselves and their own thoughts of all the things they want to do to other people, to themselves. So if you want to imagine hell, I think that's it pretty much, you know, for these people.
They deserve it.
For sure.
All they've done, man.
And there's nobody that's going to do anything to them. They're going to do it to themselves.
They already have done it to themselves.
Yeah,
so if something did happen, if we rose up and did something, they deserve it, man.
But right now, they still have other people to take advantage of, and, you know, and use.
Yeah.
But
So to
that'll
test
end.
that thought, think about the life of the perfect, quote unquote, evil person. What would their heaven look like if they placed their feet perfectly on their path of the left-handed path, and they made it to enlightenment? What about that situation?
What do you mean? Like, you mean that
So the
somebody
left-hand path,
evil,
what if
somebody's
yeah.
evil can redeem himself? Is that what you mean?
Oh, so not redemption, but enlightenment. What if they reach
Well,
the
that's
finish line?
the same thing, no?
I think they have a right to, when I made mistakes, I had second chances. You know, if you know, maybe they can change. Maybe they were brought up that way and they know nothing else. You know, maybe, you know, in a way it's not their fault. So they deserve a second chance if they can change. You know, who am I to say they don't deserve a second chance when I fucked up and got second chances? But I never murdered people. I don't go poisoning food and water and shit and all that, or doing worse shit. I don't do none of that. So
that's the path that I'm talking about, because it's easy to judge the right-handed path. We know what's righteous, but we don't focus on the philosophy of the left-handed path and the entity that makes it all the way to the finish line, because we're judging good and evil as if it's a success type of a judgment. The left-handed path can have success.
What do you mean left-handed path?
So you know the right way, and the left.
Oh, okay, okay, the wrong way. Yeah.
Well, so
Yeah.
again,
They
find
have
their
all
way
the
home,
material stuff to live good in this realm.
Well,
They
the
have it
right way
all.
isn't really the right way, you know. It's just from a human. They made us believe that there is a right choice to make. The creator doesn't really care about what choice you make. That's why two places exist. You know, they made us believe that right sounds like, you know, it's right. You know, right is right and left is supposedly wrong. Then I guess, which isn't exactly the case.
one can assume that, but then you can also just look at it as another path.
Sure, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just, you know, everybody is different.
So these players that are taking the lead right now, we're calling them evil, we're calling them bad, and we're judging their actions as not beneficial to the whole. But what I'm saying is, what if their actions are beneficial to the whole at time scale?
To
Because
an
things have to
extent,
go
yeah.
down in order for them to come back up. We're just looking at it from a more negative point of view as
They have
underdog.
taught us an invaluable lesson,
I agree.
and that's what it's all about, really. It's like you have to see it for yourself. If you were a good person, you would have been born in the light. You would have never even had like the perspective that you have now. You know, now at least you have some understanding of you know, that there is another side to everything.
So what does that mean? That it's if you're, I mean, I'm trying to, I hear what you say, and so that it's actually reasonable to kill off all sheeple.
No, I'm not saying that at all. For them, maybe they may see him like
but
that,
it's
but
something, but not necessarily you, but B, I think, was alluding to that. So
So
no, I
how
don't
do
think so.
do we kill the thief by never engaging with them again, or do we kill the thief by taking his life? Those are two different options.
yeah, interesting.
Because I don't believe in the philosophy.
But I was
of
asking
taking
you a
life.
question. I was asking you
Yeah,
a
yeah.
question.
So,
But it's
genocide.
I mean I will answer your question because it's more interesting. But I will hold this one against you on the next occasion that we meet.
You said it earlier, boy. Like beauty, it has no way to defend itself.
Mm-hmm.
And that is exactly right. You know, I don't wanna fight. I don't wanna murder things or kill people. But you know, the longer you live, you realize that there really, you know, if you want to solve this problem, there is really only one solution, and they know it.
Because if you want to fight, you can win and you can lose. You can turn the other cheek, you can win and you can lose. It's just all different options. Sooner or later, you're going to fight, and sooner or later, you're going to be victorious through turning the other cheek. It's all just a human experience.
And you know, it's also a way of viewing at it, and it's also a point of view. It's because most winners are depicted as losers in history.
That's very true. And most people that people worship in these holidays were murderers that slaughtered people, and they put them on a pedestal.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Amen. Amen.
Hey,
Yeah,
everybody,
not-
remember
not
that
just
day
in
where we
religion.
genocided your village? Yeah, we're gonna trade presents that day.
Yeah, let's celebrate Halloween because people used to kill other people because they want to scare the rest of their family. You know, you know, let's celebrate that.
It's like people wearing Che Guevara shirts or having Che Guevara posters up and stuff. That's like the biggest murderer in one of the biggest murderers in history.
Yeah.
You know, I know one of my former employers. He had like this art piece done on a wall in his shop of Che Guevara, and I was like, seriously, really?
What?
And he was like always talking like, "Oh, we're all here for the same reason, aren't we? You know, for this company to succeed." And I was like, "Yeah, to make you rich, fucker. Don't tell me any bullshit, you know." Fucking
Yeah,
cow.
I'm gonna end this in how many minutes we got left? 6? 6, 6,
There's
6.
one more thing that I wanted to say about nature, really. A lot of people these days, they're all like, oh, it's not natural, when they talk about trans people, for example, or whatever. It doesn't matter. Anything they say is not natural. But let's take a closer look at nature. If you ever had chickens, male and females, you know what nature is like.
Yeah, they duke each
A
other.
rooster, no, but a rooster, he doesn't ask permission.
He just runs up in it.
Yeah, that's also natural. Let's take a deeper look at nature. When you really want to say, oh, it's not natural, well, all you women out there, there's a lot of things that are natural that not necessarily a good thing.
Like, you
People
ever
should,
have a dog that humps your leg? Or I've seen dogs hump another man, a male, like it's nothing. And I'll be like, damn. They'll sniff its butt and then just, it's like, what the fuck? They don't, but I know what you're saying, they'll just run up on the fucking thing and just, boom.
Well, we are still animals in a way. We're not exactly animals, but we for sure have that instinct still in us.
See, that's
Marcel
that's
said you're gonna compare us with chickens.
Yeah, I will, and I have.
Yeah, if we use chickens,
that's where
my chicken,
we've been
my
talking
girls,
about
if you run up
morality
on my
before,
girls,
right? And that's morality builds a community, a human community, right?
That's the difference between chickens and humans. Yes.
Yeah, that's like
we have prearranged agreements.
But we're not talking about mental capabilities. We're talking about just plain nature.
Yeah.
So rear
without actual thinking about it.
When I run up on my chickens, they bow down and lift their tail. And when my roosters run up on them, and it's that time, they bow down and lift their tail. My goats, they lock up their knees and they'll stand there when it's time. But for an inferior male, they push them away. They'll headbutt them.
What do you mean by that?
So my younger bucks, they'll try and mount a female, but the female will basically say no. She'll have the ability to. This is where it gets really, really politically incorrect. During actually right now, wintertime, if my herd sire runs on a female goat, she is unable to say no non-verbally. She'll just stand there. Her legs will literally lock into place. And if anything, she'll lift her tail a little bit. So when it comes to the
crazy.
If you ever experience a woman showing you those choosing signals, that's your woman. And you should do your best to be the best man you can in that situation. But yeah, we're basically, the lizard brain controls this. It's right beneath our human brain. So it's always going to be there. We're still
the human
be
body,
chickens,
it has power over you to an extent, in the form of hormones and, emotions and whatever. But you still, you still have your mind that's above that you can use to control all that. But, nature, just to say, it is bad because it isn't natural. There's plenty of bad things in nature as well, People just need to start thinking a little more before they just start spewing hatred and,
You ever look a chicken in the eye? I don't know why Mason Melt said that.
I know, plenty of times, yeah, why?
I don't know why. I was wondering myself why he said that.
I've been looking a chicken in the eye, and the chicken was talking to me, and I was talking to the chicken, and talking to the chicken was
talking.
I was talking to the chicken. Chicken talked back to me. That talk.
That's how you know you've looked a chicken in the eye.
Yeah, right. It was a very good conversation. It was.
Dean, what's up, Dean? Dean came here from tomorrow. It's already Thursday, Wednesday for Dean.
The time traveler.
Yeah.
Came back.
Dean came late. Maybe I should start going live a little later just for the people.
in the rest of the world.
Another part. You know, I never had no one from China on here, or Africa,
Because they
or
talk
South
in a
America.
different way. I mean,
I don't think
yeah.
there's a whole lot of people that speak any amount of English in China, to be honest.
how is your Mandarin?
Non-existent.
Ni hao?
Me hao. I was just see that's crazy. You said that at the same time. I was thinking that too. That's about all I know in Chinese. Me hao.
Jet Li, that's my best Chinese. Jackie Chan. Look, it's not just chickens. There's plenty of other animals that you can find the same things in. You know,
Well,
the males, they don't necessarily care about the feelings about, you know, of the females.
Before I end the stream, I want to ask Mesa Melt, why did you say, has anyone ever looked in the chicken's eye? Because I'm curious of why. What's up with a chicken's eye? Because I always thought like cats see stuff we don't. So what if you took a cat's eye and got the lens from the cat's eye and made glasses with it? Would you be able to see what they see? Anyway.
Cats, they see more black and white. They don't really see colors the way we do. That's why, that's how they see.
How did they figure that out, though? You know, did they take a cat's eyeball and look through the lens? I mean, how that? Maybe.
But that's the reason why they have such good eyesight, because, you know, everything is so focused, black and white. There's no, you know, it's very easy to spot something that's moving when you can only see pretty much two colors, I think.
Mr. Super Sidewinder said chicken's eyes are reptilian like a dragon.
Birds are reptilian, yeah.
Yeah, look at the chicken's feet. They got reptile feet, man, like a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Yeah, feathers and scales are very
Stop
similar.
Insulting my birds, guys. Come on.
That's why we have the feathered serpent.
No, birds are birds. Serpents are serpents.
Birds came from
reptiles.
Look at the chicken's feet. He's got reptile feet. Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, I will agree with that. But
everything's a snake in the snake pit until they pop wings and they show that they're a dragon. Because they're all the same. They all sneak through little tunnels and they all move the same until they pop wings. That's the only difference between the serpents and the flying reptilians.
Do you think dragons
I
were
heard about that
thing, or I wonder?
Our eyes are quartz crystals. When we die, they turn to crystal, I heard. Anyway.
Do you think dragons were real at some point, or is it just complete fiction? I don't know.
Yeah, I do. There's tons of pictures of people hunting them and stuff.
What type
Maybe
of
they
dragon?
weren't, but I think so.
I'm sure I had a few in previous lives, you know, kept a few. And they kept me, you know. Yeah, I'm sure.
You know, about there's like these myths about griffins and stuff, like where genetic experimentation, you know, created some animals.
Yeah, griffins are like bird and dragon mixed, right?
Yeah, chickens are really so base in nature. You know, they're really dumb. You know, they can't really. It's very hard to make a connection with the chicken. And if you leave them alone for a couple of weeks, they will completely forget you. You know, their only interest is food. And yeah, the males, they have one other interest, of course, but they don't give a fuck. You know, and that's really what nature is all about, really.
Did you eat the chicken, Dean? It passed away.
No, you don't eat a chicken that dies of natural death.
Oh
no, dude, you don't want to eat an old chicken. You don't want to eat an old chicken.
You don't want to eat an old chicken either way. Yeah.
Dude, you don't. I mean,
if you want to make soup,
way,
you can make soup out of it. But
if you ever tried it, you know the difference between.
Well, the skin is definitely not going to be edible, but the meat's not too bad.
You're going to have to make soup of it, you know. Otherwise, it will.
People eat chicken all the time.
Yeah, dude,
in
but not all.
Turkey.
They eat young chickens. They eat young turkeys. Any chicken that's beyond a year, it's chewy. Let's say quite chewy.
Uh,
You know, a dragon could easily have been like a large bird, you know.
Yeah.
Could have been, you know, the way it looked could have been completely different than the way we know it these days. You know, they
Then the
probably
way
like,
it's portrayed.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
We
Yeah,
do have some
anecdotally,
smaller examples, but not like anything that can fly, you know, like a reptile that actually flies.
Well, um, if you think about, if you see the pictures that are portrayed in the so-called Tartaria perspective, right? The sky is different, right? People wear very thick clothes that are made of like full wool, actually, 2 or 3 layers of wool and linen. Um, that has something to do with the atmosphere and with the ether. And so there was a different um, construction, a different composition of the air, of the area actually that we were in. There was different kind of sunlight. There was different kind of ether. There was a different
It kind
combination.
of reminds me of like the vapor canopy thing, where
Yeah,
supposedly there was more water in the air back
yeah,
then, and that the reason for the flood was that it like all that water began raining down for some
yeah.
reason, and
And
that
so that's
changed
an
everything.
electrical. That might be an electrical effect, right? I mean,
Yeah, 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 yeah. It probably
elect. Yeah,
makes it so it's incapable of storing energy, maybe,
yeah,
or less.
yeah.
You
And
know.
so yeah,
it
I
would
mean,
also
there's so
allow
many
greater
things.
density birds to fly. You could
Sure.
have a
Yeah, yeah.
smaller
Also,
wingspan for the wing.
Yeah.
all right, I gotta end this live. I got so much to do.
Thank you for doing this live, Charles, because I got the chance to speak with you know who and B, um, and I really enjoyed this. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
it was a good conversation.
Appreciate it, Charles. Always a pleasure.
Anytime, man. I appreciate when you guys come up and share and build. I wish you know who was earlier. But damn, what was I gonna do with the topic? I'll probably maybe go live later, definitely in the morning. I forgot what the topic was gonna be. Boy had brought it up. I'll think of it again. Damn it, it
Is it
was
the
a good topic.
transhumanism?
I have to watch the video again.
You usually go live like maybe like an hour after I wake up or something. So usually I have a lot of stuff to do first.
Yeah, I might start going live a little later because Dean sometimes comes by and he's on a whole nother time schedule, and I might start going live at like 10 o'clock, and then I could get done what I got to get done early. I might switch it up, and then so because there's other people around the world that come here, like Dean. It's morning time for him now, but he's on Wednesday already. Peace, look within. Peace to Melanie Moran. Damn, I forgot what tomorrow's topic was going to be. It was a good one. Oh, robots. That's what it was going to be about. And because I was seeing something about New York City where they're going to put police robots, and then I said maybe that's why the police, it's my theory, are disrespecting people's rights more than ever now. Because they're going to come out and say, well, police robots won't, they'll be programmed to know your rights, and they won't step over the line. And yeah, right, they'll misidentify someone and smoke their wig off. But yeah,
It's
they're
not
putting
about the
robots.
robots. not about the robots. It's about the people who control the robots, and they know it.
And they got them in China allegedly. I don't know how true that is. I've seen videos of them dogs walking around, but people, why don't people make a stink about this? You know, everyone says, "Oh, the people run this country." Well, prove it. Why would you want robots walking around monitoring everyone? What the fuck? That proves that all we are is sheep to these people. They're they're putting robots to monitor the fucking, what do you call the grounds where cows walk around and shit? The
pasture.
Yeah, or the damn it, I'm looking for another word.
Do you want plantation?
There you go. Yeah, the plantation. They're monitoring the plantation. But yeah, that's gonna be tomorrow's topic, and or maybe later. Maybe when I get done, I'll go live. I'm usually bored by the evening time. But yeah, I appreciate everybody. This is a good 4 hours. This is definitely a good stream.
Yeah, for sure. All right, I'm gonna jump down. You know who? Boy, it was good talking to you, Charles. Always a pleasure.
All right, be what it is.
I'm going to see ya.
All right, you know who. And peace to everyone in the chat. This is a dope build, man. If people want to rewatch it, the title of the video, the first hour and a half, we talked about that stuff, and then we drifted on to other topics. But yeah, man, peace to everyone. Dean, I'll go live later for you, man, because I know, you know, it's always a pleasure when Dean comes through, man. And you haven't been here in a while, so I don't know. Maybe I'll go live later. But yeah, peace to everyone. And Orphan Annie, I'm gonna text you in a minute. But yeah, man, peace to everyone, and thanks for coming by. This was a dope build, and I'm out of here, man. Have a great day, night, evening to everybody, wherever you are in this plane. Peace.